We should also set up Tristan. We should set up the multiplayer thing too. I think I'm coming through your Discord. I don't know.
Probably.
Trying to move that. Hey, throw a plushie at me. I want to see what it says, because last time you did it said Nan because I hadn't, like, updated to multiple. Does it say 2?
So Nan plushies.
It still says Nan. Damn it.
Let me. I'm still testing some things, but
That's okay. I just wanted to get this up. That way when people come in, we could say hi and everything. I'm going to unbutton my sweater, but I'm going to keep it on. I can just, like, take it on and put it on outfits I want without having to, like, put it over my head.
Can you speak?
Hello. I am speaking. I am saying words and stuff and things.
Okay. Now again.
Again, I am saying words and stuff and things.
Okay, so your words and stuff and things.
They coming through? My words and stuff and things.
Okay, now if I'm speaking and you speak, can
Words and
can
stuff and
you
things. Words and stuff and things.
still detecting you?
Yeah.
Let's go up some more. Okay, so if that's like that.
Wow, 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 wow. Words and stuff and things.
Okay, you're not coming through if I'm not speaking, but what if I'm speaking?
Words and stuff and things. Wow, 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 wow,
Okay,
wow,
if
wow.
I speak.
Wow, 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 wow. I
Yeah,
love
cool.
you.
Okay. I adjusted my noise gate, so it should be good now.
That's awesome. That's great.
Um,
My thingy isn't coming up now when I'm talking.
yeah.
That's awesome. I'm glad we fixed this issue.
I'm the issue.
You're the problem. What time is it in, like, other parts of the country? It's like almost midnight for people, isn't it? Varying times of in the country or in the world.
US time at DC it's 10:40,
Okay, 10:40. That's pretty late.
and then LA is 7:40. Okay, so between 7:40 and 10:40 is basically the time you're looking at for a lot of the American viewers. What about
UK viewers is probably middle of the fucking night.
Yep, 3:41
Damn,
a.m.
poor things.
Poor Jesse
Yeah,
and Milky.
it is 12:41 for us right now.
Don't worry, they'll be here. We'll be streaming long enough. They'll get
Oh
here.
yeah, we're gonna be fine. The patch notes for Palworld 1.0 release are so large they exceeded Steam's 32,000 character limit. The notes contain 10,626 words and 66,550 characters. Jesus.
Wait, what are you looking at? The Discord?
I'm just scrolling down reading random comments in the Discord, yeah. But I have the Palworld Twitter up for with the trailer for anybody pops in and they're like, "Oh my god, hey, what's going on?" I could be like, "Look, watch this trailer." In the meantime, I'm just kind of talking.
Yeah.
The what is he called? What is his title? I'm trying to remember. He's like the community manager, the English community manager. Bucky. He's trolling everybody. But I don't think he, like, we keep saying things like, "Oh, you should give it to us early," or whatever, as if it's fucking his call. He's just the community manager. It could be his call. I don't know.
It's all on him.
It's 100% him. God damn it, Bucky. It's totally not, you know, even not even a. Users are in chat right now. Oh yeah, there we go. It's just you and me, Tristan.
Let's go.
And PCG community games, so we can catch Pokemon at least.
I love catch.
Kids will be kids. I recommend not falling for rage bait. It's not rage bait that I'm falling for. I'm fucking laughing my ass off every single time someone's like, "Oh my god, I'm updating." I did click on one. They're like, "Ooh, Palworld patch notes 1.0 here," and I clicked on that bitch, and you know what it took me to? A rickroll. I got rickrolled in fucking the year of our Lord 2026. I got fucking rickrolled. To be fair. Um. Oh my god. No! Somebody fucking posted a naked picture of Sekhmet. Put those clothes back on.
Huh? Oh my. It's good to know they didn't texture her underneath her clothes.
Yeah, she's just yellow. They've got problems, man. Someone says, I'm going to bed. When 1.0 comes out, someone give me a guide when I come back. I'm absolutely not. Once this game drops, um, oh yeah. Oh, this person has so many kinds of. Oh my god, they got the spicy sweet chili Doritos. I'm so mad. I missed those. And they got donuts, and they have spice hot Cheetos,
I'm sorry,
and they got
Australia's disappointed.
energy drinks. Oh my god, we should have got energy drinks, bro.
I mean, we still have an hour. You want me to run over the road?
Yeah, get monsters. You have the green monsters? Was we've got chips, we've got pretzels, we've got um medicine, I guess. We've got soda. We have granola bars.
PCG. Uh, extension
Oh,
for
did you?
my.
Nice, nice. We like PCG here.
Okay, I will. So, what do you want? Actually, I'll go over the road and call you.
Just okay. Don't face cam me. Oh, you're gonna video call me on my phone. Okay. Brando, how you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the aggressive positivity. Tristan's gonna run over to the store and get some energy drinks. We're excited about that. Just Monster, babe. I just want Monster. Yeah, I'm not like I am. Um, there is the green one and then the blue one that says low carb. Those are the two that I like. I prefer the low carb, but the green one will work. Otherwise, I don't like any of the other ones. Huh?
Green one will work if blue one no exists.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be an all day. It's gonna be an all day thing. What time is it for you, Brando? I need to know. I don't even know where you are. It could be anybody, anytime. Anytime. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited. But yeah, we're gonna be here all damn day. All damn week.
I'm gonna wear your top again.
Okay, that's fine. I think you put it in the dirty laundry.
I did. Never mind. I got my top.
Okay, I helped.
Thank you.
I'm waiting. I have the Twitter pulled up here. I have Discord on the other screen that I'm not showing off because I don't want there's a lot of people post some sussy shit in that Discord. It's super funny though. 12:15 a.m.
Ooh.
in the morning. Oh yeah, a.m. would be morning. I was sitting there. You're like 12 hours behind us. Well, actually, 12 and a half hours behind us.
What would that be?
Where is that?
South America?
Oh, what? Where is it? 12. Where is it? 12:15 p.m. I could just ask. I don't know where that is. New York? No, that's New York.
Oh, it's New York.
Is it? Right now?
New
I'm
York ahead of DC?
No, it's the same time zone. Oh, you're not. Ew, you're not American. I see. I see. Ew, yeah, yeah. Ew, gross. Yeah, Americans suck. Oh shit.
Where is that? Canada, probably.
Oh my God. My apparently my phone came unplugged at some point. Shit. Okay, well, let's hope that that doesn't die.
Yeah, Newfoundland is
Canada.
yeah.
Canada. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The Newfoundland time zone, GMT plus 2:30. Oh, you got one of those weird time zones that are half an hour increments.
Yeah,
We
that's
have
why I
we
was
have
thinking. That's why because I was like, I'm pretty sure that 12:30 will be 12:30 in New York will be um
where's my wallet?
1:30 for us.
Yeah, yeah. Um, that might be 11:30. I don't know.
What are you looking for?
Ah, there's my wallet. Yeah, we have a weird time zone here,
Hmm.
but it activates in daylight savings,
Oh.
where it goes.
Does Bucky have his own Discord?
Head on.
Because I feel like, wait, unless he posted a replies, never mind.
I think Sounds Australia. I will be back, honey.
Okay,
Bye.
I love you too. Easiest way to do it is you're 12 hours behind me. Yeah, but 12 hours and 30 minutes. That's why it was a little weird. That's why I was confused. Because you're 12 and a half hours behind me. I'm trying to figure out where Bucky posted because Bucky is the Palworld community manager. And he posted something earlier, just like trolling people because we were like, you just sitting around drinking coffee in the office while we were panicking. And he's like, yeah, yeah, I am. And he posted a picture of him sitting in the office. I'm so excited. I couldn't wait to start streaming, so I had to like get on that shit immediately. Where is people talk in this Discord way too much. As soon as this update drops, I am closing Discord. Well, not closing Discord, closing this Discord. I don't want to look at it. I'm so fucking excited. Oh my God, I can't scroll enough. So how are you doing? I'm not gonna stay when you start playing. I'm gonna raw dog it with friends. Totally fine. I completely understand that. I completely understand that. You're gonna have a good time. I'm excited for you. I've played some of it. I've never gotten to like any kind of in-game content. So like I know that there's a lot of stuff that I haven't seen in game. I know that of stuff that exists that I have not personally experienced in game. There's a lot of it. Um, as far as like stuff that I've experienced in game, it's like barely even touched what is already in there, and the update's supposed to be massive, like 27 pages worth of updates. Although he did say at one point 29 pages of updates, so we'll fucking see. I do know that um, he was trying to post the update on what was it? He was trying to post the patch notes on Steam, and it was just like too many. It was too many for Steam to accept. So he had to try and find a way to like whittle down the words and characters because he had like, it was like, I think they can only accept like 16,000 characters and he had like 32,000 and some change. You're excited for me? Oh, me too. Me too. I'm so freaking excited. Still got like half an hour. Well, just over half an hour. And I'm scrolling down and I'm just like, I've just been like, this entire morning so far. I've been awake the entire time. I've just been like, I'm good. I'm awake. I'm fed. I am. We got plenty of snacks. You live in the future, so it doesn't count. No, it counts. It's worse because if you want to think about it, technically we get it last. Okay, because everybody else is getting it on like midnight, July 9th. You know. And I have to wait all the way until July 10th at 1:30 in the afternoon. You know what I mean? We're like the last ones to get it. Okay, my husband is calling me. Hello, my darling husband.
I got here, I was like, wait, was it Monster or Mother?
Monster? Is there a Mother energy drink?
Yeah.
No, Monster. But
Yeah, Monster.
oh, so you're on speaker, so
Okay. No profanity.
well, I don't care about the profanity. Is there a green or blue Monster?
Blue one is Mango Loco.
Gross.
Mango
No, not
Flavor.
it would be a black can with a blue text.
Black can, blue text.
Yeah.
I'm.
It looks exactly like the black can with green text except for it's blue instead of green.
I'm not seeing it.
That's fine. It probably won't be there. I mean, I know that the US just has lots of different versions. I'll take the regular one, man. All that means is it's got more sugar in it.
There's a regular one that says 0 sugar.
I'm gonna Google it. Is it? Let's see. Hold on. Monster Zero Sugar,
Yeah, Monster 0 sugar.
and it's green.
Yeah. Just 0 sugar variety of the standard one.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's. I think that's the same one as the in the U.S. except for the U.S. one's blue. I'm looking at the pictures of it right now.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Because in the U.S. it says Monster Energy Zero Sugar is the blue one, and then Monster Energy Zero Sugar here I guess is green. Yeah, sweet. I'll take that.
I guess there's a good difference.
Have
Alright,
I
let me
tried
just get one
Viking?
for now.
Have I tried Viking Berry yet? No, I have not. Monster Viking Berry. I have not. Ooh, that looks interesting though.
Yeah, there's ultraviolet, ultra strawberry dreams, ultra peachy keen. What's this?
Yeah,
Ultra.
I'm very basic. I like mine to taste like gasoline.
um. Yeah, I'll just get one 4-pack for now, and
Brand.
whenever we need more, I can just run over.
Okay,
They're not special or anything, so.
if there's Viking Berry, Brando says that it's not overly sweet. So, if that was something you wanted to try.
I'm fine with monsters.
Okay. Well, no, Viking Berry is a flavor of Monster.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay, that's fine.
Unfortunately.
That's okay. Australia things.
Yeah.
Okay, see you when you get home. Love you.
Love you too.
Love you,
Be
bye.
back soon.
Okay, bye. I haven't had an energy drink in like an eternity, bro. And he's like, we're gonna get a 4-pack. If we need more, we can go get some more. Yeah, I guess. I'm so excited. Oh, I'm dying. I haven't been so excited for an update since like Arc and Extinction update. It happened like 30 minutes ago. How are you feeling? Feeling jittery? And some monsters, and we got snacks, and we're just vibing. 33 minutes. 33 minutes. I'm so excited. I know I keep saying that. Have you seen the trailer? You're sleepy. Oh. Have you seen the trailer? Oh, your audio. Yeah. I understand. Do you want to see the new trailer? It's cool. It's very fast paced. Just the ones that showed a few new pals. No, this is like the full release trailer. Like there are some new pals in it, but it's like full release for the full game. It'd just be like it's not featuring like just new stuff. It's like overall this full game, this is the new trailer for the full release. Why not? Okay. Let's see. I gotta make sure that the audio is gonna play. Yeah, it is. Okay, audio's gonna play. Sweet. Okay. Hold on, let me turn Spotify down. Actually, it might not need to matter. It might not matter that much. I don't think it's that quiet or that loud. Okay. I'm so excited. Some of these pals I have not even seen in game, and even the ones that aren't like new to the update, there's still a lot of pals I haven't seen in game. Just because I've been sticking around mid game for a lot of it. Lower mid game. I haven't even done a lot of dungeons. There's so many things. The trailer is like so fast paced because there's so much. And it's still like 3 minutes long with so much shit. Didn't normally do much outside of a way to grab some extra materials and blueprints up until Faybreak. That's when they become important. Yeah, Faybreak, the only thing I have done Faybreak wise is literally go to the island, and I've seen a couple of the new pals from there, but I haven't really done anything over there because that area is scary. And also, since I'm was early mid game, then everything's just like so much higher level than me, so I couldn't really do anything. I had my ass handed to me by Pernelia because I was trying to catch it even though I was level 50 and I was like level 35 and it was like, no, that's not happening, and then it would destroy me with this like beam. I'm so excited. What do you think? I think it's fast paced. There's a lot of information, and I needed to I literally last night watched that shit, and then we went through and watched it again and went frame by frame. I was like, okay, what's new? Oh yeah. But yeah, I ran around there. I realized that I had an easier time. Hold on, let me see. Let me pull up the. Um, I don't think it's a spoiler so much to show this. No, I'm just trying to pull up the map. Let me just pull up the map. I just want the picture. Just give me a picture. I'm dumb. Okay. So here's the map, right? I found, you see all these little lines, these little lines indicating paths. I found that I was in a lot less danger running around because I was like, I can't fly there. Not at first. You have to do something. You have to disable turrets and stuff because it's like you're not supposed to fly, at least at first. So when you're running around, I found it's easier to stick to the paths, and first it made it much easier to navigate, and two, it seemed, I don't know, it's just easier to stick that way. I used the Azure robe, an Azure robe. I think that's what it's called. Azure robe to navigate there. Hi, babe. This bitch right here.
I got
I
back
used that.
while Tom was calling in.
Oh, did you? Did she say anything?
She said, "Oh, didn't you want any of the energy
drinks
drinks
in the
in the
back
back?
with
We
apparently some
apparently
energy
some
drinks,
energy
but
drinks, but
here you go.
there you go.
There's another
There's
three in the
another 3 in the
fridge.
fridge.
Yee, thank you. You're not going to have one?
I will later.
Okay.
Just not.
I'm awake right now.
I am also awake now, but I have decided crack energy is what I need.
There's just a possibility that it will just make me pass out, so I don't want to just pass out yet.
Ah, that's true. That's what Brando says that he had a monster about an hour ago. or about 30 minutes ago. I was like, "Oh, how are you feeling? You feeling awake?" No, apparently tired because of the ADHD. That was fast on water. No, not really though. Like it's actually not too bad on land. But I originally I didn't have a ground mount when I went over there the first time. I didn't have a ground mount. I used a water mount because I couldn't get across the water. I needed to get across the water, and I was using a quivern. So if I landed in the water, I was gonna die. Um, so I got shit, I'm getting hot.
Yeah.
um, so I was using a quivern to get across, and then once I got over there, I realized that I couldn't fly, and I knew that fucking quivern was slow as shit while running. And at the very least, the Azure Robe was faster. It was fast enough to outrun everything. Okay, I'll give it that it was fast enough to outrun everything. The difficult part that I have with the Azure Robe is that motherfucker cannot jump for nothing. Man, you try and get that. No, it like doesn't ever so slight hop. I'll say as long as you aren't off the ground with a flyer, you can just yeah yeah yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I
So you
mean,
could like hover with Nightwing on the
oh
ground.
yeah, yeah. Well, that's why I was saying I didn't really have a dedicated flyer. My flyers at that point were walkers also. Sims, we're just kind of waiting. We're waiting
Hello,
for the update.
Steve. Yeah, we were waiting for the update.
Hmm.
I just got back to the store.
Tristan went and got us some energy drinks. Oh, it's status
Yeah,
update. It's still waiting.
the chance the energy drink will make me pass out, so I don't want to have it yet.
I've had a caffeine pill. I've now got an energy drink that is just gonna sit there for now. Well, I'm sipping it too, sipping slowly. And then I'm just excited. Do you want to watch the trailer? I know I just showed Brando, but you can watch it too.
I
Millie's
sent
coming
you
back streaming
the.
tomorrow. Her internet shot itself for 3 minutes. Damn. Damn, that sucks. Okay, trailer. So full release trailer. I'm so excited. Have fun, Brando. Go get some sleep. We'll see you later because I know you'll come back. I trust that you will at least.
Yeah, have good sleep.
I have plans, but my plans do involve like things not changing, certain breeding pairs not changing that much, if at all.
My latest
Yeah.
update on Steam.
No, really?
Yeah, it's updated now for me.
Is it?
If your game is closed, it should be updated.
Uh, properties, updates.
Move
It's not
15.
updating.
You might need to restart your Steam then.
But I've got my VTube Studio. All right, well, I'm gonna fucking close Steam. I'm gonna exit Steam. Look, if I crash this, it's fine. It's fine. It's shutting down everything. You're gonna still be able to hear me though. Is the update happening? Is it people are people?
We did not see. We have been focused entirely on Palworld.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, 20%.
Okay. I need the patch notes too, and I need more streaming. Steam. Okay, updating Steam. It's
Okay.
updating Steam, of course.
They're stating that official servers will take an extra 30 minutes, but we're not going to play on official servers.
No. This is exciting. Okay, where are the patch notes? Did they put the patch notes somewhere? Celebrating announcements. Please note that official servers will take an extra 30. Okay. I don't care about
Let
that.
me look. Patch. No patch notes yet.
I need the patch notes. We're gonna read those.
This might be.
Ghostly! I'm here, I promise. Oh, I am here. Whoa, that's weird. How am I still here?
I think if it's open, it, VTuber Studio is one of the things that doesn't require Steam to be open to continue running.
Oh, true.
Hello, Ghostly.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
nice Nan
Can't
plushie.
say just saying I completely understand. I appreciate all your
That
Nan
is.
plushies. Oh my god, please tell me it's updating. Oh, is it because did it not close down all the way? Don't do that. I want Steam. Check for Steam client updates, I guess. I don't know. Client's up to date. What does that mean?
I'm not sure.
No, I don't want to uninstall it. I don't want to uninstall. I can finally what? No, don't let Steam decide when to update. Do it now. Oh my god. I'm control alt deleting this bullshit. They're gonna close down Steam, like force fucking close this shit.
That will probably shut your VTuber studios. Maybe.
That's fine. That's fine. We're gonna close it all down. End it.
You could finally sit in Minecraft after 17 years.
Really?
Oh my god.
That's awesome. Okay.
I_m_simslord said fuck you TTS, why did you cut off?
Oh. I'm still here. My face is still here. Fuck. Is it because my VBridger?
I_m_simslord said they added cushions, hay beds, and wool slabs and stairs.
Oh yeah, I remember the wool slabs and stairs being mentioned. Why is it not fucking updating my game? Library. Update my fucking game.
If you try launching it.
What if I just... Okay, I'm just gonna stop VBridger and stop VTube Studio because I'm wondering if that's... Because I tried launching it, it just started loading the game. It wasn't like...
You might not have VTube Studio and VBridger set to allow updates in the background.
Maybe. Oh, it is starting the update now.
Yeah, that's what it was. Mine is 66% done, but that is fine. I still gotta... I will check after.
Okay.
After mine's done, just to see if the...
So, VTube Studio properties, updates, always allow background downloads, and then properties, updates, always allow background downloads. Okay, and now I'm gonna load these back up. Oh, are you kidding me? I can't, I have to... Oh my god. I'm so mad. Let me fucking update VTube Studio first.
No.
Oh my god.
We are so fucking excited for Palworld.
We're so excited for Palworld.
It is...
I'm losing my mind. Small patch. Fucking yesterday, apparently. For really?
I suppose I should get live. I sent you... Well, why I sent you an invite to the lab.
Oh, yeah.
I will...
I_m_simslord said technical difficulties. Please stand boo.
Stream going,
Stand boo. I will stand boo. No! Kit Kat, not right now, honey bunny. Oh my god, just... Can you open the door at least for him?
I can get him.
Babe, I'm not holding you though, okay? I love you, but I'm not holding you.
I'll open the window for him a bit so we can help it.
Full update notes. The notes. The notes!
I_m_simslord said who is Kit Kat?
Patch notes around?
Kit Kat is a cat.
Kit Kat is Cat. Who's very cute.
Okay. Okay, at the very least we can read through the patch notes while things update. Okay. VTube launched. Yes, I would like to upload that. I would like to upload that, and I would like to update Palworld. Yes, that is happening now. Okay. Palworld's updating now.
Simslord said I need to see this cat. Hey, I love cats.
He's in the window right now.
You wanted the window.
I will take a picture of him later and post a picture. Actually, hold on. Do I have a picture of him on my phone? I'm sorry. I want to read the patch notes, and I just like.
Patch notes first. Patch notes first.
We'll send pictures
send
later. It's
pictures
fine. It's fine. Is my face connected? I don't know if my face is connected yet. It's not.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
Okay. We don't have YouTube Studio up yet. Why did I add a new fucking desktop? I didn't mean to.
Okay, cool. It's done. Okay.
second. I gotta move stuff around. Because I gotta make sure all this shit fucking loads up, right? Yeah, man, technical difficulties. I'm a VTuber with no face. It says it's launching. Oh, it's running. Oh my god.
Seal update latest tomorrow.
Oh my god. Running install script. Can we pause it? Or does it need to do something else?
My fucking god, these patch notes are long.
Remove from queue, remove from queue,
I'm not
remove
reading
from
any of
queue.
this, just scrolling down on
Oh
them.
my god.
Holy.
Trying to remove all these things from the fucking patch notes. Stop. No.
_m_simsword said tuber without tube.
Yeah, Aiko was looking in the Discord earlier, the Palworld
Do I have
Discord,
face yet? No.
and basically the patch notes thing has a character limit, and they
I_m_simsword
went
said she's
way
pure
over the
voice.
character limit, like by like triple.
Yeah.
So they have to shorten the patch notes.
He said something. She's pure voice. Yeah, I'm pure voice right now. VTuber without VTube. That's okay. I should be back soon, hopefully. But then I have to test all my other shit too.
All by myself.
Sorry.
All by myself.
It's taking so long. Okay, the update's still happening. So I have do I have face? I don't know. Okay, I have face.
Oh, there it is.
I_m_simsword said please stand boo guys, please stand boo.
Shut up. I'm trying to read the I'm gonna read the patch notes. Okay, so I have fuck. Okay. There's the patch notes. So let's see, I got my face. Good. Let's check the downloads for Palworld. It is 14.8 gigabytes. Elvis is crying now. Okay. Let's see what we got. Actually, hold on. Let me check on my other stuff first, real quick. Okay. Because we need to make sure all of our things work. So first, we will test Lumia, which I don't think that should have messed up, but we'll see if it did. It's not petting my head because it's not.
I_m_simsword said I thought Palworld was already out.
What?
I just crashed my OBS.
How'd you crash your OBS?
I don't know.
The fuck you do, bruh?
Fear me.
Lumia stream select. Done. Okay, it's not configuring. Where's Lumia? YouTube Studio, try again. There we go. And then if we do this again.
I do not know how I managed to crash my OBS, but I am skilled, fear me.
Okay, that works. I actually made myself small, so make myself normal size.
I_m_simsword said M of hunger and get snackies.
You're a Pumbaa? What?
Oh,
I am switching between two different. I am hunger. I get snack. Okay, go. Go. Do that. Yes.
There we go. That's
And then I need
restart.
to make sure that tits is working. I heard a tits thing, but I don't think that I saw whether or not it actually fucking worked. Sweet. Okay, that works.
Palworld Early Access was out.
Okay.
Now this is the full release.
Okay. Pal Tamers of Time has come. Exits early access. Sunreach, mysterious new island floating in the sky. The world tree, the heart of a power. Why does this music sound so fucking loud right now?
I don't know why the music is so loud. I'm gonna turn it down on my end.
I'm trying to turn it down on my end. What the fuck? What? Do I not have control over my headset?
Never. Yo, dad. Got him.
Oh my God, I was waiting for him to pull out some.
Okay, my download's finished, but it's still installing the files, and it looks like it's going through all the files, so it's going to take a while.
I_m_sim_sword
Got
said got
him.
him.
I'm so confused. I am so confused, bro. Like, I know that the music is coming through my headset. I can hear it coming through my headset. But for some reason, the volume on different
Let
here.
me get mode, and then I will go to.
Just gonna turn it down there, I guess. Whatever.
I_m_sim_sword said Aiko a fine, Aiko a fine, Aiko a fine.
Echo a fine, echo a fine, echo a fine. What?
That is
Oh,
so
yeah,
cute.
pretty much. That's pretty much me right now. I'll turn the music up for you guys because I just don't want it to be that loud for me. Okay, so let's see. 1.0 adds 72 new pals to the world, bring the total of pals up to an incredible 287. Also adds new ways to strengthen your pals through awakening and mutation, rebalance stats and abilities for all pals, and large-scale overhauls across many aspects of the game, including base building, multiplayer, and graphics. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm like hyperventilating. I'm so excited. Journey begins. Early access reaches its climax. From here, a new power world begins. Sunreach. So this is Sunreach.
I_m_sim_sword said better than Pokemon.
It is like for real, like legit. Okay, so this is Sunreach, Sky Islands. Okay, you can kind of see where-ish it is in relation to the world tree over here. That's kind of cool. Okay, floating above Palpagos. Palpagos. Okay. World tree. Sorry, I'm skipping through because like some of this stuff is just fluff. Ores that can only be mined using specialized equipment. Ooh, interesting. Interesting to know. Okay. Why do the factions of Palpagos Islands keep fighting over ownership of the towers? The mystery is hidden on this island is finally revealed. The key to the story of Palworld is the World Tree towering over Papagos. It is here that the players will face their greatest challenge yet. Revamped world. Ancient ruins have been added across the world through exploration and mini games. You can earn valuable rewards such as schematics.
I_m_sim_sword said it's like if Minecraft, Pokemon, and Zelda had a baby.
Yeah. And Ark. Okay, a total of 7 new small islands have been added. 7 new small islands have been added with 3 distinct biomes: volcano, desert, and ruins. Each island serves its own purpose and features pals you can only encounter there. So, new settlements. Small settlements have been added: the Bamboo Groves, the Snowy Mountains, Sakurajima, and Sunreach. Each settlement features new NPCs as well as submissions. Okay, good. So we already knew that there was one in the beginning area, one in the desert, and one in the volcano area, but it looks like we're getting some more. Okay. Wildlife Sanctuary overhauls. Oh god, sorry. I'm just like my heart is like pounding right now. I'm so excited. Defense drones operate to eliminate intruders. Okay. Sneak onto the islands and avoid the searchlights or go in loud. The choice is up to you. Certain pals can only be found there. Rare materials and for bosses all wait in the. We've reviewed placement and spawn level of pals throughout the world. Pal spawns feel more natural for each region you explore, adding a new sense of fun and adventure in your search for pals. Placement and spawn levels of pals throughout the world. That makes me a little nervous.
What are you up to now?
Rebalance pal habitats. For the random pal spawn mode to correctly reflect this rebalance, placement data from 0.7.3 and earlier is no longer carried over. Ooh. Increased player level cap from 65 to 80.
That's a big jump.
That is a big jump. Liftmug effigies have been reworked into pal effigy. You can now collect effigies of various pals to enhance the player stats. Liftmug effigies already obtained are carried over as is.
Okay.
Added a new animation and effect when picking up a pal effigy. The animation will be skipped when the player is mounted. Okay, rebalance treasure chest, dungeon rewards, and item drops. Adjusted and improved dungeon layouts and lighting. Dungeon rewards were also rebalanced. Okay.
That's good. So it might actually be more worth doing the
Yeah.
earlier dungeons.
Powers that have been cleared now display a different color. Okay. When a random dungeon is open, its entrance is now displayed more clearly.
Ooh.
That is good because it's kind of like, maybe it's open, maybe it's not. 15 new entrances to random dungeons throughout Fabric.
Oh,
Jesus
nice.
Christ. Improved layout in some random dungeons that were easy to get lost in. Predator pals no longer appear at fixed locations. They now spawn at low rates across the whole map. Okay, good.
Ooh,
Okay.
That's nice.
Junk and salvage targets are now easier to find. Good. Change the size of bounty targets to match that of regular NPCs. Good, because they were huge for no fucking reason. I was like, wow, these are some big people.
That's nice. That is nice.
Yeah. Move the Free Pal Alliance Tower next to the Crescent Moon Shore. Crescent Moon Shore.
Might be a
I
new
don't know.
area.
It could be a new area, or it could just not know what places are fucking called. Why was there a mosquito?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, we haven't
Renamed
played.
Forgotten Island, Island of Chilling Woods, and Windstep Hills Plateau of Beginnings. Okay. They just
Okay, so
renamed
all
them,
renamed.
I guess.
Good.
Adjusted this description for each initial respawn points to suit each environment. Okay. Remove the Great Eagle statue from top of tower bosses, improving map visibility. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Adjusted the appearance because normally there's a statue near the boss tower, anyways.
Yeah.
Adjusted the appearance of sealed realms. Their look now changes according to the strength of the boss inside, and the new variations have been added. Okay.
2 new variations. Okay,
Adjusted
cool.
the number and positions of enemy bases on land. Okay, well that
Skip
also
over one
once
of these.
again,
Now
you know how I was saying
exploration.
about the
Ooh.
whatever, the raiders by the tower. Added fast
Yeah.
travel points. Okay.
You skipped over one. You can now earn exploration experience when clearing some dungeons and enemy bases.
Oh, okay, good to know. Good to know. That's some good experience. Implemented
Yeah.
an auto run function. With one press of a button, you can keep running automatically, making long distance travel more comfortable. Change the
That's
appearance of
good.
wild red berry plants to be easier to spot and place them additionally at the Sea Breeze Archipelago, Marsh Island, Eastern Wild Island, and Isle of Silence. Mission and story. I don't want to read the story I don't think it's going to tell me about this. It just says it's exploring now connects more natural, and the path leading to the world tree now connect more naturally. Sunreach, World Tree, Colossal, Legendary Pal. The goals of adventure that were once scattered have been organized so you can progress through the game while pursuing the island's mysteries.
Okay, so it's got more progression.
That's good. I hope that like when I'm going through and picking things up, maybe it doesn't matter which way you pick them up, but it'll pick it up in in an order. I guess I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. Story-driven and continuous submissions have been added. New NPCs and journals have also been added across the world, letting you learn about the world of Palworld
Okay,
through
cool.
exploration.
More lore. That's
Okay.
nice.
New missions can display. I have not read any of the lore pages, by the way. I've read 0 lore pages.
I think I read like the first one I came across.
Yeah.
And then yeah.
Some missions can now display multiple destination markers at once. Ooh.
Interesting.
The reward NPC's mission now displays the correct rewards. Good. To maintain fairness, following the reward adjustments, main mission and submission progress have been reset. Okay. Here's some new pals. 72 new pals have added, 47 new pals, and 25 variant pals have been added. Meet still unknown pals by exploring Sunreach, the World Tree, and other various regions. Awakening that lets you strengthen your pals even further. In the newly opened mystical area, the World Tree, gather radiant gems hidden in the depths and use them on your favorite pals to awaken their hidden true power. Ooh, and mutation. We've added mutation.
Added mutation. Oh wow.
I wanted this. I
Ooh.
wanted this. I wanted this. We've added I
Nice.
specifically requested mutation. Anyways, I specifically required color changes with mutation, but that's fine. It's fine. Mutation's fine. We've added mutation, a new mechanic where breeding has a low chance of producing a pal stronger than the normal breeding result. I'm sorry. That's so exciting. Look, look, look. That was like my favorite fucking part of why are you bullying a GB cat person and jamming them trash can? Because he married me, okay? It's his own fucking fault. He wanted it.
Trash. She married trash.
But okay, so that I'm so fucking excited about. Okay, okay. Like I'm stoked. That was like one of my favorite things about breeding an arc is the ability to get fucking mutations. Super excited. Also added new cakes with special effects.
My love.
Yeah.
Can you quiet down a little because it doesn't matter how much noise I have. It's
Sorry,
like,
sorry. Oh, sorry, 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 sorry.
you're way too excited. It's just big enough.
I'm sorry. Okay. Also added new cakes with special effects. Mushroom cake slightly increases the likelihood of newborn pals will have higher stats. Okay. Vegetable cake produces 2 pals at once. Ooh, pal eggs at once. That's nice. Deluxe vegetable cake increases the likelihood of mutations, make the stat growth more likely. Special cake increases the chance of inheriting multiple passes from pal's parents. Awesome, amazing, fabulous, fantastic, love it. Mutations will make pal breeding more involved and exciting for players who want to raise the ultimate pal. Fantastic. I love breeding. Love
That
it.
is really nice.
Okay. We've added new partner skills and reworked the partner skills over 200 pals. Pal team compositions have been more diverse. Now players can build pal teams to fit any situation. Nox Kudere old while fighting together changes the player's attack type to dark. New when activated detects location of nearby pal effigies. Cool. Trying to see ones that I personally would be like the ones that I'm familiar with. Okay, Ribbony, while in team, increases attack of neutral pals, while at base increases work efficiency when working at the weapon workbench, weapon assembly line, and other related facilities. While in a party, increases the attack of neutral pals by 15%, does not stack. While at a base, increases the handiwork suitability for all other base pals by 1, does not stack. I like that. I like that.
Ooh.
Okay. Makes the bunny a lot more useful for me. For
These
my
are just
workshop.
all like just
I was just looking at the
side
ones that I was already familiar with.
yeah. A bunch of others for almost
Oh,
all
with the
pals with
large number of
adjusted
changes to PAL skills, players can now tailor their team to fit any situation. Some examples include the bow and arrow build, an ailment build, an element build, a fishing build.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Something relevant in the thing above. For almost all pals, we've adjusted things so that partners have skill effects do not stack when you put multiple pals of the same kind in your team.
So I can't have like 4 cativas?
Probably not. Along with that change, some partner skill names have been changed.
Okay. All right.
And apparently there's good, strong synergies now.
Okay, good. Balance adjustments, increased item drop amount, activated while fighting alongside the target pal from now on, and just activates by having the pal in your party. Okay, a lot of increasing stuff. Why play Palworld when you can play Digimon Adventure? Because I want to play Palworld. Because I want to play Palworld, Zevros. Okay, the player healing effects such as Battalion and Lane have been changed from a fixed value heal to a percentage heal based on max value. It now remains a reliable healing method even in the late game when the player's max health increases. That's fantastic. Rush Roar's charge has been adjusted to stop on the spot when it collides with ore. Your position is now less likely to shift during mining, making it easier to handle.
Okay, that was good quality line.
Lamball's fluffy shield has a wider defense range. I tried the fluffy shield the other day, and I wound up picking up the Lamball and putting it in front of me, and it was like crying as I was holding it in front of me. That was fluffy shield. I was like, wow, that's terrifying. That's terrible. The worst.
I genuinely wonder if Lamball, when you awaken it, if it'll have some ridiculously strong skill. That'll be funny.
That'd be hilarious. New passive skills. Light-footed increases jump count while riding this pal. Reload Master increases players' reload speed. Ranch Master, ranch work suitability +2. Cool.
Cool. So that's some nice. A new category, World Tree passive skills, has also been added.
Okay.
Okay, so these are like double-edged sword passives.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So like attack plus 50% in exchange, defense decreases. Movement speed in exchange, hunger depletes easier.
Demon's Hand, work speed +90%. Oh my god. But the sanity decreases a lot more easily. It's got a banger theme song and cool movies.
That's
I
interesting.
mean, it's got some cool movies too, ish.
Well, what about like
New emotions
can you
total.
shoot a rocket launcher and then cut up people and eat them?
Swimming, sleeping
in
beside
Digimon?
you, idle motions, and more have been added to existing pals. Riding controls, shooting, dashing, weapon switching, charge behavior while riding, and also adjusted the camera while riding. The sense of speed while moving is greatly improved, making ride controls more intuitive. We've also reviewed the behavior of riding pals when turning, etc., making moving more natural. Visual immersion is improved, and riding now feels more dynamic. Okay. Okay, work suitability overhaul. Expanded to 10 levels? What?
Ooh. That is insane.
Legendary is 5 usually. It was before, it was 5. And lower suitability values of all pals have been rebalanced from the early game to the end game. You continue to find opportunities to strengthen your base by seeking out even better work pals. In addition, each time a pal ranks up, one of its work suitability levels will now increase. As before, reaching the maximum rank will increase all of a pal's work suitability levels. This significantly increases the value of investing in your favorite pals as it makes training decisions for base management more meaningful. We've added applied ranching handbook to raise the work suitability level of ranching. Amazing. Adjusted capture bonus. Reduce the number of captures required to complete a capture bonus from 12 to 5. You can now progress more smoothly to new regions and discover new pals at a faster pace. Fantastic. Readjusted the number of pals to reach maximum rate from 116 total to 48. That's much better. I'm sure there are some people that are really salty about that,
You
though.
graduated Border Patrol Academy. Now you can arrest people. Oh no!
Fabulous. That's.
It's gonna arrest you, Aiko. Run!
Oh my god. No, it's okay. I've got a visa.
You do. You illegally.
I am
and
leaving.
extremely illegally.
Other adjustments and improvements. When the player remains idle for a period of time, party pals will stop and face the player. They miss you. Aw, creates a more natural sense of partnership between pals and their owner. That's adorable. Change the inheritance rules for active skills during breeding. Inherited active skills are now randomly selected from the 3 active skill slots on the parent pals. Okay. Greatly reduce the cost of resetting a pal's soul enhancement. Good, because that shit was fucking expensive. That was like 30,000 gold.
Yeah. It basically just wasn't worth doing before.
I did it anyways because I wanted to put all my enhanced points into Bushi Noct. Halved egg incubation times and newly created normal and hard difficulty worlds.
Okay.
Oh.
So you probably want to remake the world.
Oh yeah, because I kind of I made the world and I reduced the amount of I already reduced the eggs. All right. Increase the elemental damage bonus effects of Divine Heaven. Okay. Increased the elemental damage bonus. Okay, good.
Okay.
Enhanced legend, rare, and burly body and diamond body passive skills. Fabulous. Nocturnal passive skill has been renamed Insomnia, which is fair. No. The reason that that's good is because I was under the impression that nocturnal meant that they'd be sleeping during the day and be awake at night. No, it literally means they just don't sleep. So actually, it's a better title for it.
Mm-hmm.
Upon respawning,
That is a way better
players
name.
can now select 5 travel points other than their base starting location. Okay.
Upon respawn, okay.
Alt key inputs can now be assigned in the key configuration menu. Okay. Adjusted the lineup of PAL merchants and black marketeers to better match each region they appear. Good. Overall pricing has been adjusted based on PAL stats. Base PALs and party PALs will no longer lose sanity when taking damage. Reduce negative effects caused by hunger, fractures, and other status ailments. Okay. Increase Jet Dragon's maximum stamina. Love Ender is now a dark type. Ooh.
That is interesting. I mean, I never caught a lavender before, but ooh,
Oh.
major rework of player motions.
Attacks can now be performed while dashing. Oh, that's what we saw in that video when they were throwing the ball and they were moving at the same time.
That was what. Yeah.
Because we
Must
were
have
like
been it.
confused. We were like, how are they moving? Like they literally just
There's a Bridom in chat.
controls and remain unresponsive during rolling makes it easier to adjust movement direction after dodging. That's gonna probably feel a little weird.
Okay, the dodge is just a dash now.
Yeah. Rebalance the power, behavior cooldowns, and usability of all active skills, allowing a wider range of skills to be viable and effective. Holy Burst, which previously dealt excessive damage against large enemies, has its hit count capped. Its power has been adjusted to 700, bringing its actual damage output close to previous levels. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm still like kind of just skimming. New active skills. Trying to improve tower bosses. I don't necessarily need to read that. I don't know much about those anyways. Aiming at an enemy and pressing mouse wheel or clicking right stick, you can use a command for your paddle to attack that enemy. Okay, so you can command a paddle to attack a specific enemy. Good. I've wanted to do that a few times, but the only option I had was setting it to like full on aggressive. So be attacking everything. Pals in the wild have had new behaviors added to improve their combat capabilities. There's new behavior. Yeah, and that would also make it to where like if I wanted anything to my pals to attack anything, I'd have to hit it with a pickaxe. Dog type of pals can now bite when attacking. Horse type pals can now perform repeated charge attacks. Fast moving pals may step back or reposition themselves after attacking.
Interesting. Okay, so things have more unique patterns.
Yeah.
Rather than just hit with ability constantly.
More arena ranks. I haven't done any arena stuff, so that doesn't change. Adjusted party
exactly.
pals so they more easily target enemies near the player. Adjusted party pals to move quickly only during combat. Reworked armor durability reduction formulas, making armor less prone to breaking. Fabulous. Captured NPCs can now use their original weapon. Fantastic.
That's cool.
When affected with burn or muddy status effect, performing a dodge roll will now shorten the duration. That's amazing.
That's
Because it
nice.
didn't make
That's
any
good.
fucking sense. I'm sitting there on fire and rolling around like,
Yeah,
oh,
I know some other games, if you're on fire, you just roll when it puts it out.
yeah. Bow drawing can now be canceled with a reload button. Good. Dude, fucking good. Do you know how many
Because it was
arrows I've lost?
annoying.
You know how many arrows I've lost?
It was annoying that you had to just shoot them.
Or ground. I shoot the ground.
Yeah.
Added a feature allowing players to change the type of arrows used during compatible weapons, enabling the use of fire and poison arrows as well. As a result, dedicated fire and poison arrow weapons have been removed from the tech tree. Even if you possess their schematics, they can no longer be crafted. Adjusted the base hit detection of swords, katanas, and beam swords. Amazing. Extended the charge time of some active skills to make them easier to dodge. Okay. Some large pals now have the heavyweight passive and are no longer susceptible to knockback. Ooh. Improved NPC combat AI. That's terrifying.
Yeah, things are probably gonna be harder,
Yeah, that's fine.
which
When
is nice.
toggle sprint is enabled on the option, sprinting will now be maintained after performing a dodge. Okay. Adjusted directional behavior when dodging during a dash. Overhauled a crime system. As your wanted level increases, stronger pursuers will appear. That's fine. You can now clear your wanted status by avoiding detection for a certain period of time. Good, because before the only reason to avoid it was to die. NPCs will no
Yeah.
longer immediately become hostile when accidentally attacked. Good.
I can
I
see
accidentally,
that being exploited.
I accidentally fucking attacked this bruh, and he fucking pulled his Gatling gun out on me.
It's probably something like if you hit them once or maybe twice, they won't fight back. But if you hit them a certain amount of times,
Oh, maybe.
they might fight back.
Updated default worlds on hard difficulty. Player damage has been adjusted. On normal difficulty, players no longer drop equipped items upon death. These changes apply when resetting world or starting a game. Okay, so that default. Oh, dropped equipped items on death. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so the setting that I changed it, I said, oh, I don't want to drop my equipment. So I
Yeah,
changed that
that's
setting.
just
That's just
default
default now. Okay.
on normal.
Okay. New items and equipment. Wing pack has been added. Wing pack consumes wing cells to allow for free flight without relying on a pallet. Greatly expand your options for exploration, combat, and base movement.
Okay, but then that means you have to craft wing cells for it.
Yeah.
But
A new gathering tool, the plasma multi-cutter has been added. In addition, gathering wood and ore, it can be used while riding, making
ooh,
resource gathering during exploration smoother and more convenient. That sounds awesome.
okay, that does
A
look nice.
mechanical bow, a combat SMG, a prototype shotgun. Ooh. Heavy assault rifle, tactical grenade launcher, laser sword, beam scatter, drone launcher, plasma rifle, beam launcher, primitive sword, metal bat. Ooh, okay. Enhanced lily spear.
Oh,
I
nice.
want a
The good thing
hammer.
about the primitive sword is like
Oh
early
yeah,
game.
there's not a
Most of
sword in the
have
beginning. You're right.
yeah.
New armor. Headgear that lets you take on the appearance of various bosses have also been added as a reward. Cool, cool. 44 new accessories such as a command baton that strengthens party pals and the air walker which expands your freedom of movement. Disposable implants operating usable at the operation table is consumed on use but can grant more powerful passive skills.
Hey, that is
New
interesting.
ores called Sorelight and Paxel. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I'm just so excited.
Starlight can be mined in Sunreach. Sunreach is the sky.
Yep, yep. And Paxelite only at the World Tree.
Okay. So that's just endgame materials. I've just been letting you talk because you were so excited and it was so fucking
Oh,
cute.
yeah. Added nutrient as a new consumable item when used on a pal or the player. Hunger will no longer decrease for a limited time. That's cool. Added 2 new higher tier pal spheres. Whoa. It was already above
Okay.
exotic base building. Okay, now here we go on to the good stuff. Faux greenery, amazing. Love the faux greenery. Perfect. Love it. Slanted triangular roof, inverted. Amazing. Okay.
Nice.
Aquatic construction. Allow you to build bases along shorelines and at sea. New furniture pieces of ancient civilization style parts have been added. Fabulous. Variations added to specific existing base buildings. Slanted corner roof.
It's all just inverted slanted corner roofs
Okay.
for those ones.
And furniture added a lot of faux greenery. Oh, I love it. Love it. And
Greenery,
some statues too.
foliage, golden
And an
foliage.
arcade. I burped.
Cute.
An arcade game cabinet.
It looks like with the foliage, it's like literally every biome type.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be cherry blossoms all over the fucking place. I love it. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Newly added ancient civilization-based structures.
And the good thing about that too is if it's trees and stuff like that, the pals aren't gonna knock it down.
Yeah.
New ancient civilization-based structures, ancient stuff. That's cool.
It's just all in ancient stuff. That
So
is
is that
awesome.
if like you want to possibly like if you're trying to like rebuild the ruins?
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
potentially.
Let's see. Improve base pallet behavior for returning to work, hauling, and storage tasks. Based on the transport work suitability level, pals can now collect nearby drop rate items of the same type from a wider area at once. Nice. That's fantastic for like
Really good.
the farms. Yeah.
Yeah, because usually there's just a
They're
bunch of items
and they're
left
just
over.
picking up one item at a time.
Now they pick up like all the items at once.
I don't know if it's all of them, but it says
It's probably a bunch of them.
Yeah.
It might be all of them once they get to like level 10.
yeah.
That's the thing now.
Right. Added category filters and name search functions to the crafting UI. As the number of items increases, it's easier for. Oh god, I'm so excited about playing, bro. I want to get through these patch notes. Oh my god, there's so many fucking patch notes.
About halfway through.
Dude. Okay. Added a variety of new utility structures to support crafting, including the ancient material synthesizer, high pressure crude oil extractor, which can extract crude oil even without an oil field. Ooh, even without an oil field. That's kind of crazy.
Ooh.
While within base range, players can now fast travel directly from the map. You can now travel good, so you don't have to walk all the way to the map to as long as you're within your base.
That is good. That is good.
Greatly increase the variety of visiting merchants. Okay. Repair kit used for required for repairing structures has been removed. Pals with handiwork suitability can now repair structures without using items. That's awesome. Okay. Added new base facilities, the clinic and ancient clinic, depending on medicine production. I love that. I love that. Dependent medicine production work suitability of pals assigned. These facilities can reduce sand depletion and suppress illness. I love that.
That is nice. Because just having sickness go through your entire place is just annoying.
Yeah. Added the higher tier high quality monitoring stand and ancient monitoring stand. These structures retain all functionality of a standard monitoring stand while also reducing sanity depletion for base pals. I thought that I was already doing that, but I'm totally fine with that. That's why I always made things relaxed because even on normal, like their sanity was still going down. And it's like, really?
Yeah, maybe normal's viable now.
Maybe. Fixed assignments can now be set from monitoring stand even for sleeping pals. Good. The time required for each ranch item production can now be adjusted in world settings. Okay. Added a work speed multiplier setting to world settings. Ew, didn't want to do that. That sounds. In line with refinement of work suitability levels, ranch output has been increased. And the default production interval has been adjusted.
Okay.
A light color of a certain lighting structures can now be changed.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
That's awesome.
That is gonna be really nice.
When shopping within a base, gold stores in base chests will now be taken into account. Good. Good, because I don't always want to carry my money on me everywhere.
That is actually really nice. That is a great quality of life thing.
Improve certain facilities such as surgery tables so they can access items stored in base chests. Good. A new option has been added to chests so players can auto deposit matching items without opening the chests. Fantastic. Chest quick storage feature now respects exclusion lists sets for. Oh, okay. Was it not? I have no idea.
Now set for bulk stuff. Okay.
Enemy base will no longer spawn too close to other bases.
Cool. Okay, so you have a bit of a protection radius around your base.
Interesting. Storage type structures can now be painted. Yay!
That is nice. That was one of the the jarring things.
Chests can now be named.
That's
Oh, I love that. Improve visibility of chest filter settings. Good. It's now always displayed when an item filter is active. Okay. Improve the appearance of the PAL box when constructed. Ooh. When placing PAL disassembly conveyor, you can now preview the position of its item output. Okay. Added an alert when a PAL at the base meets required work suitability for a facility. Oh, add an alert when no PAL at the base meets the required work suitability for a facility. Okay.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Facility effect now be viewed in the building menu and technology list. That's nice.
Uh-huh. Improve log messages for insufficient work suitability during fixed assignments. Okay, okay. I'm like skipping still.
Mm-hmm.
Prioritize completing partially processed tasks more reliably. Good. When base pals are placed in the hot springs, they'll now remain there until Cindy is fully recovered before coming out. Good.
Oh, this one might help with Bushi. Party pals with appropriate work suitability will now automatically assist with trees, rocks, and other resources damaged by the players.
Oh,
So
good.
maybe if they're in your party, you have to damage it, but I'm not sure at the base.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times, like, I'd have Bushi out next to me and I'd be chopping a tree and I'd be like, bro, help me out.
All those times where you just put Bushi out and all the trees are gone.
Oh my god, yeah.
Deforesting.
You continue save data, emergency escape. You may spawn outside the updated boundary. Oh, and within addition of aquatic construction, the boundaries of the playable area along outer edges of Papalapagos has been adjusted.
Okay.
I said Papalapagos! Oh my god, I'm mostly just reading this for me at this point. Let's see.
Raid and base defense.
Okay, not worried about that. Let's see. Multiplayer, in-game voice chat, not worried about that, not worried about that, not worried about that, not worried about that. Number of read battles that occur simultaneously could have been limited to maximum one. And dedicated servers co-op play across all platforms, log in and log out. Okay, so color coding service means sorry. Multiplayer starting point has been adjusted to match single player. Okay. Weird. Name of the player who placed the structure as well as their guild name is now displayed. Okay. Okay. Experience gain. Capture probability. I'm just skimming at this point. I'm trying to see if there's anything like I could go through and read everything. I kind of just get Mimi to fucking summarize this shit. I think he summarized it as best as he could. Holy crap.
I'm pretty sure this is the summarized version.
I know. This is a summarized because he had to scale it back because this was twice as long. Expedition rewards. Kinship Peach. Enemy boss placement adjustment. High difficulty content adjustment. Research laboratory. Readjusted the balance of the PAL research laboratory and added levels to affect various research packs. Okay. Metal merchant. Added new items that can be exchanged for dog coins. Okay, that's fine. Technology rebalance. Okay. PAL breeding combinations have been reviewed overall. We've adjusted them to provide an acquisition experience that matches game progression.
That's nice. That is good.
No.
Wait, that's not good?
I want my bougie.
No, this is just
What if it doesn't let me get my
a breeding
bougie?
combination.
What if it doesn't give me my
Just
bougie?
provide an acquisition experience that matches over.
I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know. I'm hoping that they did not change the bougie. I don't know. I don't know what that
It
means.
might be like the specific experience you get from
Oh, maybe.
um like
Well,
breeding
that's
a new
fine.
pet.
I just hope they didn't mix them up. Lucky Pals now provide work suitability enhancement items and large amounts of experience. In addition, Lucky Pals now start at a higher rank when captured. Oh, nice. When random pal spawn mode is enabled, all players will begin with all saddles unlocked. Oh,
Oh.
interesting. I'm not doing that.
I need to recreate the world. So, I mean, we're gonna recreate our world anyway, but
Yeah.
um,
Crafting the yield of product has been increased. Okay. Cave mushrooms are no longer spoil. Fantastic.
okay. So if you are just slightly over your carry capacity, you can still jump.
Oh, okay, okay. Good, good, good. Movement speed penalties while overburdened have also been reduced. Fabulous.
That's nice. That's nice.
I don't mind being slowed down, but it's so slow, bro.
Yeah, it is just like it'll be nice if it's on like a gradient of slowing down based on your weight.
Yeah. Map improvements allow for smoother zooming and icon selection. Added a function to hover the cursor over a base. A mark is now displayed on bases under raid. Custom.
All the ammo types have been increased,
Added
basically.
8 new hairstyles, 5 new face types, and 13 new hair accessories. In addition, the player's default facial model has been visually updated and refined. I will be making a new character.
Oh, nice. Oh, the number of Pal Metal ingots required to craft an ultimate sphere has been reduced by half.
Nice.
5.
Let me see. Added a retrieve all button to the Palbox UI to return pals in base to Palbox. Okay. Added partner skill display to the Palbox UI. You can now use food from the feed bag slot. It can be used by holding the use button in the inventory. Okay. Notifications will now be sent when pals return from expeditions. That's nice.
Nice.
Trying to skim probably a lot of stuff.
We are getting
Ooh,
close-ish.
some items, such as the training manual and technical manual, can now be used in bulk. That's good.
Nice.
Graphics, brushes, so prettier graphics. We may gain pretty. Added cherry blossom effects during the Sakajima boss battle. Okay, never mind. Sound, improved battle music, improved sound
Just
logistics,
basically.
better sounds, optimizations, cool. Main bug fixes. Okay, I'm assuming they fix bugs where bugs happen. Okay, alright.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. That is
It's a lot.
massive.
It's a lot. Okay. I am.
Yeah, I will close that, and I can probably open Palworld now. Yep, my update is done.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Okay, we're gonna start it. We're gonna start it. Okay.
Launching Palworld now.
Yeah, I am not.
Took a while.
I need to get off of that fucking. I'm not even looking at that Discord. Okay, not looking at that Discord. I don't want it. I don't care.
I am very excited for this. Yeah, no longer says early access in the menu.
Doesn't it?
Palworld 1.0. After over 2 years of early access, Palworld has finally officially released. To all Pal tamers who have played the game up to this point, thank you very much. 1.0 adds many new features to make your time on Palpagos even more exciting.
Palpalagos. Papalalodos. Papalabos.
Including new pals, story content missions, new areas, mechanics, and more. Where I can start in a new character, get the most out of the experience. They save
I'm
data.
still waiting for shit to load. Pocket pair.
Everyone here at Pocket Pair, thank you very much for your continued support. Oh my god, my global pal box, all my pals stored.
Okay, let me check the options. Graphics. Need to make sure everything is good. Still good.
I had before. Survival guide?
Voice chat. Mute my voice. Off. On. What does that mean? Okay, voice chat enabled server. It's not gonna be not a voice chat enabled server. That's what it's not gonna be. Start
Oh yeah,
game.
we
I'm
definitely
just gonna
do actually
delete
voice
this
chat
one.
server.
Delete world. Delete. Okay.
Get deleted.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. New world. Heartblossom Haven, because we decided that already.
Palworld.
Okay. Okay. Multiplayer on. Yes. Crossplay on. Doesn't matter. Okay. Daytime speed. Fine. Fine. 30 seconds. 1 minute to interval. XP rate. We already decided we're gonna do 3 times XP rate. Okay. Hunger depletion. Okay, Pal, we decided we wanted this one to be at like, let's do 3. We'll also do 3 for here. Work.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Structure deterioration rate 0. Grazing item production. Okay, so this is for the farm, the farm. I'm not worried about that. If I feel like if we increase that, and the work speed multiplier too. I kind of want to increase this to 1.5. And by 1.5, obviously I mean 2.
And by 2, obviously you mean 7.
Look, don't test me. Maximum of number dropped active items in a world. Ooh, those are low numbers. Okay, no limit. Fine. All right. Gatherable items multiplier. We did discuss that we wanted to increase. No, we did not want to increase this. We wanted to increase this respawn interval. Okay.
Did you order another one of the Hello Kitty rope thingies?
No, it just keeps asking me to like acknowledge that I got it.
Oh.
And I'm like, why? I did get it. I'm not saying that I didn't get it. Item decay rate, we wanted to bring that down to 0.5. We're just going to leave this here. Well, oh, look, it just defaults to this. That's all it is. It defaults to 1 now. That's all it means.
Oh, nice.
Triple items except for equipment. Yeah, okay. Number of bases for each type, 10, even though we're not going to use all of those. I mean, the option's just there. No limit, randomization, no fast travel, yes. Okay, okay. Okay. And then I'm going to create my character. The thing is like, I kind of know some things that I want. Like, I've got the colors. I've got colors set up in specific colors that I wanted because I wanted custom colors that try and match my model. Okay.
Take your time with your character creation. I will just.
I mean, I just want to see how the new character creation stuff. Okay, my name is going to be Aiko. Because, well, that's my name. Presets. Here.
Oh no, her name's Aiko.
Body.
Not Yuko.
Skin color. 2. And then 12. And 100. 30. 30. 40. Okay, and then face. Got more face options. Oh my god. I could be so beautiful.
I'm so excited. Not even looking over there at her screen. Ah,
Oh, that one's
this is
really
gonna be
pretty.
so
Do I
fun.
like this one more than I like this one? Ooh, kinda. This bitch looks so fucking done. I do kind of like this one more, do I? What do I like? Not that one. No, we're gonna stick with this one. So I'm not actually changing anything at all, am I? Green eyes with 37. 24. 87.
Aiko definitely spent ages
Look.
preparing for this. I did nothing. I avoided playing this game.
79. 34. 95. That's gonna be the same color as my hair, which I don't need to change the style for. Although, if I did, I would change it to this, because that's super cute. But, obviously, piggy tails. Actually, I wonder what color that, what kind of style for Tristan's hair, maybe. Maybe like that. No. Oh my god, this would be perfect. Tristan, come here. This hair right here is perfect for you, like right next to the pigtails.
Oh, perfect, yeah.
That is like identical, even down to that.
Oh my god, they stole my hair.
They did. Oh my god, I could have this. Someone fucked up my hair.
I've only ever seen that hairstyle in like
Anime or cartoons.
Yeah.
I'm sure people have it, but it's like people tend to prefer symmetry with hair.
Not if you're Karen.
No,
79.
not hearing.
34. 95. Okay, voice number 2. Why am I hearing meows?
Meow.
Am I just like in the world? Okay, should be loaded up now.
I wonder if I can join off you or if I need
Yeah.
an invite code. I think I need
Oh,
an
there were
invite
2
code.
cats near me. That's why. You need an invite code?
Yeah, or an invite from you.
HH4230D. Oh, there's more physics to my hair. That's nice. I like the physics, the hair physics. Ah, look at my piggy tails. They just woo, 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 woo. Oh my God, they added so much better hair physics. That's so cool. Don't judge me. I am easily amused. Oh my God, I can't wait to see. Hello, kitties. Hello.
Why is the skin so shiny? That's definitely too tanned. Not that bad.
Oh my God. The render distance is insane.
I could make it absolutely insane.
Holy shit.
Heard the
Babe, babe, babe. The render distance is cracked.
Ooh, looking forward to it.
Holy shit. Oh my God. I can even see the look. I can see the sanctuary.
Wow, wow. Oh my god, I could have different eye effects.
I could see the sky islands. Oh my God. I can see everything. I don't feel like I should be able to see everything like this, but you know, whatever. I might need to
Wow, face types.
I need to change my options there. That like don't get me wrong. Like I like having like being able to see everything, but view distance, I'm gonna bring that down to I feel like that's gonna impact me negatively. So I'm just gonna change that to high.
Eye color
Okay,
probably.
all right. That way I can still see it. It's just I think it's a little bit more blurry now, maybe. I don't know. It's gonna get fucking framey if I don't. Oh, you hinder your device, she quickly gets to work. Oh.
Mm,
I've installed a survival guide for you. It's the fruit of our literal blood, sweat, and tears. Even if it helps one person, well, then our sacrifices wouldn't have been for nothing. There are more than a few entries in there essential for survival here, so make use of them while you can. And once you get these sorted, let's see. Ah, yeah, there's a small settlement short away ahead. Should go there and see if they can help you. That is very nice. It's like a quest.
yeah. She said the one next to the pigtails. Oh yeah, that is good. Hair color, make it like a color of my hair. I don't like the face. I don't like any of the face options for the guys.
You can pick a girl face if you want.
Oh my god, it's such a small face. No, that'll not work. Yeah, that'll not work. Gonna get a helmet, put it on, to keep it on.
Okay.
Hide my face. Eh.
God, everything is so bright.
Voice.
Oh my God, the berry bushes.
Oh my god. Yeah, they redesigned them, didn't
They
they?
did.
Uh, I think that'll that'll do. Maybe more saturation.
The berry bushes are bush shaped.
Sure, there we go.
I'm not saying that I need to reduce some of these graphics, but I kind of want to just because building drawing distance.
Oh my god. I'm being stared at. Oh, actually, I should get this up to the game screen. I'm being stared at by pals. I'm gonna kidnap that pal.
Uh,
The towers are the key. The tree holds the truth. Okay. I'm on a journey to find the truth. Hello?
hello?
Whoa.
You can see like everything, right?
Look at that, just loaded in there, everything. Oh, I need to,
Might need to restart the game if that's okay. Do you need
yeah,
to
that's fine. I think I need to adjust settings.
adjust? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and restart the game because mine needs a restart for the settings that I've updated.
I just got in.
Look, I know. That's why I was waiting for your character to be created before I did that.
Yeah, thank you. Graphics.
Because basically,
Down.
all my shit was set to ultra, which is great, except for like it was making me a little dizzy.
Uh,
Mm.
sure.
It looks gorgeous. And I'm glad that my computer's not exploding while doing it, but
Okay, I will restart the game too.
it's not like I changed it from like epic to low. I changed it from epic to high.
I think it's just whenever you're changing any graphics setting,
Yeah.
it needs to adjust.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Okay.
Okay. Stamina.
Can I get the English code again? Is it the same code?
Oh,
Probably a different code now.
C3RD5E.
Yippee!
I actually need to make 7 of rocks. I need 5 rocks. I have 6. Cool. There's so many flowers now in the beginning area. And if there were flowers before, I did not recognize them.
Windswept Island is the new name of it.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah. What about you, honey?
I'm just down the hill.
Oh, I need to adjust my sensitivity. Options. Game setting.
Oh, that does have a weird animation. I like it. Does seem like the palladium fragment things are breaking a lot faster, which is nice. It does give less fragments, but
Did I just press no on that? No, I think it. Scouting party survivor, hello.
but you called me a hoe.
She called you a hoe?
But you called me a hoe.
No, I said scouting party survivor, hello.
Oh. That hurt.
I think that's the same. Staying alive, staying alive.
Oh, not what I meant to do. Click survival guide. There's all these things now. And that was apparently a quest.
Inventory.
Bam, bam.
Avocad. Oh my god. Fallen branches and wants me to build a primitive workbench.
Yeah.
Oh. Whee! Oh, I don't think that had an animation before.
What?
Jumping up like the wind tunnel
Oh,
thing.
I don't know if it does. I didn't check it.
It does now. I don't think it did before.
I know we could jump up the things. I just don't know if did it have a specific animation. Okay, I'm gonna go check it. I'll let you know if it's different. Do you have necessary materials to craft a stone pickaxe? I did.
Build a primitive
Does that not
workbench.
count as a stone? Oh, pickaxe. I have one already though. It doesn't recognize my old one. That's annoying. Oh, okay. No, that was definitely not an animation before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just flew up into the air and that's about it.
Yeah.
Punch and jump stone.
Uh, have to craft another stone pickaxe because apparently this stone pickaxe isn't good enough.
You did it too quickly.
I did.
That's right, you can just hold down the attack button. I want a stone pickaxe and a stone axe. Can I see you on the map? Nope.
Nope, 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 nope. I don't need 5. I just need 1. Okay. Find the blue notes on the beach to obtain a palladium fragment. Okay. Guess I'll do that. Is it on the beach? Sure, this is on the beach. Produce a pal sphere from the... Yeah, alright. Gonna make me do it all in order.
Yeah, so I want you to do things in a specific order right now.
Okay.
So far, the start is the same.
Yeah. Some of the animations are new and the berries are new. And you can see, do you see everything in the distance though? You can see the sky islands, you can see the volcano super clear, you could see the tree very clear. Everything's super fucking clear. Even with
Yeah.
even with reducing
See all the way over to the world tree and everything.
yeah, even with reducing the render distance. Oh,
I don't know what I want to spend my stat points on. What do I need for the pickaxe? That is 5 and 5 as well.
I got megaspheres from, okay.
Inventory. And stats.
Yay, I got one. I need
Okay,
more.
I think I just want some stamina at this point. Get some early game stamina increase.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That wool. Oh my god. Why are the T-Fants flying? What the fuck just happened? Did you see them flying?
No.
Why were they flying?
They're still up at the top.
Were they spawning in the world and they just spawn in flying? In the sky maybe? I don't know. I need lots of cloth, so I'm just I'm just capturing land balls as you do. So many land balls.
Can how do you access the build menu to destroy something?
It is up on the D-pad and then right stick. Of course, I am not playing on.
Okay. So it's B on the on the keyboard.
Okay.
And then C.
My bad.
Oh my god, it's a level 1 Lambo.
I got a Mimog effigy. I don't even know what that is.
What's Cuties are? Wah! I got an achievement, I caught a pal.
Okay, which is my good pal? Aggressive, hard skin, and hooligan.
Go Lambo, yeah!
Yeah, all right. This is gonna be my attack Lambo.
Oh,
Open inventory. Use food to stave off hunger. Sounds good.
ow. My ankles. My ankle!
It did count. It did count the Lambos that I'd already caught though.
Yes. I think that's the same.
So
I
it
think
says
it's usually
unlock the
$100.
cloth. Okay, they've put like 3 things under it. It says equip the cloth outfit. Do the same with the common shield. Do the same with the normal parachute. All right.
Unlock the power box technology. Place the power box.
Oh, I didn't even
Holy
really look at the PAL box. Didn't they say they changed the way it looked? Yeah.
hello, Elephant. You okay down there?
Help me, Lambo.
Do you remember there was a
Although, look at this. Look at this. Okay, press the work button. Like hold it to press it, and then you don't need to hold it. It just goes.
Oh, that's interesting. I see you.
Oh my God, I've been perceived.
Ooh,
Oh
the
my
berries
God,
on
he's
the
waiting to craft. How cute. Hold on. I need more fiber.
Hey, honey, I'm gonna take over your base.
No, the base I destroyed.
Actually, yeah, good point. I should probably place and then build. Let's build it.
Oh my God, Tristan. I
Huh?
can't use my own fucking primitive thingy because you decided to claim it. It says it belongs to another guild now.
Hang on. I'm gonna destroy it. Open power box and deploy a base. How do I deploy a base? What? Base upgrade?
Put a PAL in the base.
Ah.
Everything got shit on me.
Open power box and deploy base.
That
Open power
shit
box.
on me. Oh, good. They moved the wall-mounted sign earlier. That's nice.
Huh?
I'm just looking at technology things.
It,
What are you trying to do, babe?
the third thing, open power box and deploy a base.
A base PAL. Put a PAL in the bottom.
Base power. Oh! I fucking. Okay, get back on my team and then. Yeah, bye bye. You can now use your.
Aww. Lambo, you killed him. Murderer. Okay.
Stave of hunger. I need to catch
Oh.
an amber.
Okay, I'm wearing clothes now. And what do I need for my shield? Palladium fragments and fiber. Okay. Just want to hang out at my feet. All right, that's fine.
Mm.
The trees look really good. I think they might have done something new to the trees too, because they look shiny for some reason. Go get these palladium fragments. This land ball is adorable. I love him.
Oh my god!
What?
That bitch broke out of a 93% ant catch.
Really? Wow. Okay, I'm gonna put this land ball away because I think that he'll kill the thief ant. 94% chance. 95, 96. There we go. Noble and work slave. Okay, I'll take that one. Pretty good one, pretty good one. Not too bad, not too shabby.
Okay.
What would I need to make this? Probably, I don't know. You're weighed down by carrying too many items. Well, let me get a Katiba. Hold on.
I just
I
rolled
scored
one.
one.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna catch this one over here. It's just vibing. This one's just vibing. It's waiting for me to catch it. Hey,
Oh, I'm out of. Okay,
Never mind.
never mind.
Bye,
Bye,
Lambo.
Lambo. You die.
there we go. Now I can run again.
Yippee!
But yeah, that's what it looks like it did. Is it slowed me down, but it didn't stop me.
That's nice. Select recipe. I want some more Pell spheres. They're building. I want the
Good. Okay.
cloth and
Can I break yours? I'm not going to. I just want to see if I can.
You probably can because it's
Yeah.
unplaced.
Find the small settlement and talk to the chief.
Steel and parachute.
Interesting. I'm gonna head down. Wait. Let's put some points in weight, technology. Oh my god, my chickpea is a motivational leader. How nice.
Yippee!
What the fuck is going on down there? Ew, is that what happens if I reduce my render distance? Oh, never mind, it's fine now. It just looked icky coming up on it. Okay, there's new pals. There's new pals.
You found some new pals
I found
already?
some new pals. It's called a puppery. What is a puppery? Oh my god. Oh my god, I want it. I need it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Arr, the paparazzi. Yar.
Oh my god, I need it.
Yeah, my cloth outfit.
What is it? Tell me.
Double parachute.
Okay, pupperized territorial disputes begin with a stare down and quickly end in a single strike. Trading the stay is risky business. Puppery. Oh my god, he's so cute. While in party, increases the player's melee weapon damage by 10%. Fierce Fang, okay.
Shit, what do I need for the
I like
shield?
that.
Stone, fiber, and palladium. I need 5 more fiber.
She's so cute. She's adorable. And honestly, I love anything that's gonna boost my melee. Hell yeah. That doggo gets me. Okay, I'm gonna try and catch this now. Here, you help me out with this.
Ooh, what's that big dome?
That is one of the sanctuaries.
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, they updated all of them, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Oh no, my pal has been knocked out.
Well, maybe if you, I don't know,
It's because I
knock
needed to
it.
catch that level 7 daydream. Oh, but look, there's another daydream I need to catch. Alright, fine. Come on, T-Fan, help me out. I need good stats, just in case.
I want. It's interesting how you can get the thing to craft fire arrows.
Motivational leader, which I think
Oh, never mind. Oh, bows here. Get some
is
arrows.
motivational leader do.
Stone spear.
I can get the thing to craft fire arrows? What do you mean?
Never mind. I was just missing the old bow recipe. I scrolled past it.
Oh, I see. So you thought that you couldn't. You thought that.
Yeah.
Never mind. I know where I'm going with this. I'm not. I'm not. I just. I'm not. I swear.
That's what they all say. It's
There's another daydream over here. I need to catch all the daydreams. Just trying to get some good passives. A daydream plus a Relaxosaurus is a Pernellia, as far as I know. Unless it's changed, which it seems like it would be a lot of work for them to change all that. Stop poisoning me!
possible. It's possible they changed it, but hopefully not.
You bitch.
Ba-da-ba-da.
Get in my ball!
Normal shield now.
Suntan lover, unhelpful for me.
Yeah, the Cativer
Ooh!
thing doesn't stack anymore.
They made the small feed bag not cost ancient technology points.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. You only get a max of 100 from the Cativer's passive now.
Yeah.
Wasn't it 50 before?
It was 50 each.
Yeah, but yeah, it's stacked. Whereas now it's 100, but it doesn't stack.
Yeah, okay.
I do want to catch one more Lamble. Can I kick her?
Good passive.
Yeah,
Mind Foreman, not very helpful.
Oh. You killed him. Yeah, that should be cool. There we go. I've caught all the Lambles I need.
Good, 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 good.
Pepperay! That's the new one, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, and a daydream.
That one gave me an XP bonus. That's nice. Oh, the capture bonus. You get a Mimok effigy for capturing 5 things. Capturing the same thing 5 times, maybe?
Does that give you an effigy?
A Mimog effigy specifically. That one has runner, not helpful to me. If I'm trying to get this for a fucking Cornelia.
Yeah, you get a bunch more effigies now.
Yeah.
Okay, I called myself a daydream. That's gonna be nice.
Reload master, completely unhelpful. I mean, actually not unhelpful. Now that I think about it. Not for actually using. Like, I'm not gonna.
Yeah. The capture bonus used to be 12, right?
Hmm?
Like you used to have to capture 12 things to get all.
Well, I don't know if it's still up to 12 or if it's 5, you get a Mimog thingy.
I caught 5 Lambles, and if I look in the Lamble thing, it's full now.
Is it? Okay.
And it's also like it's gone gold as if I've caught all of them.
Okay. Then that's what that means. Where did the fucking Pangullet go?
I ate it.
You little bitch.
I swear there's a Liftmark effigy somewhere behind us. Did you find a Liftmark effigy? Or like a world effigy?
I have not, actually.
Okay. Maybe they've changed where they are. That would be cool if they did.
Well, I know where one is guaranteed, so give me a second because it's over there. Or one was. I know where one was. guaranteed. So.
Yeah, I was out over on the.
Oh wait, never mind. I found a world lift limit effigy right here. And I lied. I did get one before. I think. Special dish. There was one across the water. Over there. It doesn't look like that's there anymore. So some of them have moved, but some of them have not.
Okay, that's good to know. I wonder if they'll be as easy to see at nighttime now as they were. No, it's drowned in the paparazzi. Statue of Power. Are those the fast travel points? No. No, they're not the fast travel points.
No. That's the one that you use to level yourself up.
Yeah. That poor Bengualid. Oh, it hit me. So my landlord decided to hit it. I want these gammas.
Musclehead. That sounds perfect. Aquatic pal fluids. Okay, well I guess that does mess with me.
Bottomless stomach. Oh, I do not like that gammas.
It's okay. What are you, little guy? Hold on. There's a new little guy. There's a new little guy out here. There's a new little guy. What are you? Clovey? Clovey. What's a Clovey? What's a Clovey? I need you. I need you in my life. Come back. I didn't have the stamina. Come back. I'm sorry. Come back. I need to get you. Clovey. Get your ass back here.
This was where my first base was.
I know. I'm so mad. I'm so slow right now. This Clovey's just out of my fucking reach. There we go. I should make a bow, actually.
Oh, yeah. I also need to make a bow.
Oh shit. It is scapooed. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What are you
Oh,
doing?
that Gamos is service-minded. Don't know what that
All right, the
does.
Clovey is I can't even tell what that is yet. Rago, which I will get at some point. What the fuck?
Come on, Foxbox.
Yeah, Foxparks too.
Yeah, I got one.
Why is the smoky things over here blue?
Oh, it's a night owl.
Oh. I see. It made the dungeon more noticeable. Okay. It's like you can
Where?
kind.
Did you go up these stairs?
Yeah, I kind of saw a smoky thing in the distance. And I was like, oh, what's that? What the fuck? Why is there? What the fuck's happening? My controller. Okay, weird.
I don't want to join your guild. I want to be friends so I can see you on the map. Level 13 boss. I don't think we're ready for that. That's harder than the Chillet.
Yeah. All right, come over here. I want to see if they have an Arsox over here. Well, I also want to see if there's a camp over here.
Yes.
There is a camp. Wait, I need to get this Foxparks. I really need to fucking. Bruh.
They're annoying. I managed to trap mine against a rock.
There's not an Arsox in there, but that's not the point.
Oh, we'll free whatever's there.
Oh my god, lag. Get your ass back here. Stop, I don't have the stamina for this bullshit.
Lambo, you gonna help? Oh, Cadaver, get out. Go beat them up.
My T-Fan almost killed it. Downtrodden. Great, I got a sad one.
Or a depresso?
I'm sure it's not a depresso. Surprised I don't have a depresso. Did you get whatever was in that cage?
No, not yet. I'm releasing it now. Oh, it gave me a peach. It was a Vixie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw it.
What does this do?
I'm gonna go ahead and build a base
Oh,
because I'm gonna be building it over here.
I got a little kinship peach.
Nice. Yeah, that's not new, but
No, but like maybe they increased the rate at which you get them. I don't know. Ooh. I don't remember seeing this here before. The Herbill?
I mean, just leave that here for now. Does it look different? I don't think it looks different. Okay.
Yeah, but your box. Oh, you're dead. I guess the fast travel point here.
Okay.
Um. Oh my god, I'm in a different. I'm in a guild area. You can't interact with that.
There we go.
Wait, I don't know why I'm fighting them. I don't have. We could honestly just build our old bases again.
Honestly, we could. I'm just trying to. Got any more wood? Does it show the pals? Oh, it doesn't show like what the. Like it shows that there are bosses, but it doesn't show what they are on the map or what levels needed for them. So you just have to go over there to find out. So they could have moved it.
Oh
Oh
wow.
wow.
Mhm.
The Gummos actually has a good passive. While in party, improves login efficiency by 30% and reduces weight of all types of wood by 40%.
Oh, that is nice. Like an exterior. Eric the deer, exterior. Mm. I need to build a repair bench. Oh, I need to. I'm trying to build a bow. That's what I needed. Bow and arrows. As it was. Hold on. Let's get this guy. That's mine farming. Mining efficiency. Reload master. 4%. Ooh.
Technology, weapon chest, campfire,
Put that in here because we like that.
study bed, Incantation.
Increases player work speed. We like that. This is the worst fucking Pingullet I've ever picked up. Okay. Increases gathering work suitability level for all other base pals by +1. Okay. But not for yourself. Put that bitch away. And I will bring this one with me, I guess. For now. That one's kind of cute, so I could see that one being useful. Ready? And then we'll put some
Oh,
resources in.
okay, cool.
What?
The daydreams.
Yeah.
Uh, thing where it like appears next to it, flies around.
Yeah. Oh!
Its ability. You don't need the harness.
I just realized it's now, yeah.
Yeah, and its dark damage it does will not kill pals. It'll just put them to 1. It's got basically mercy by
What is
default.
wrong with my mouse? Does it? Okay.
Yep, that's cool.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay.
I'm liking a lot of these changes.
Oh, yeah, it's really nice.
Build a pill bed. Just gonna build everything around the center for now.
Need arrows. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to do, totally. Wood. I need to get me an Ectodier is what I need.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi. I should name my guild, huh?
Yo. How do you name your guild?
Go to guild at the top and then change your guild name.
Oh my god.
The Wife. That's my name. That's my guild name. The Wife.
Himbo hubby.
No, don't name it the Himbo hubby since I know a Himbo.
The himbo bimbo.
No, I know Himbo.
Himbo Barian.
Actually, I'm gonna name it the Waifu. I'm gonna change the name. The Waifu.
Ando.
Name the Waifu.
I'm the husbando. Okay, I'm gonna go to campfire. Somebody here. Feed box, sure. I'll put the feed box here next to their bed.
What's that? Oh, Messenger of Love. It's a emote person. I don't think they have more.
Clovies.
Alright, what's going on? Messenger of Love.
I have a little weight up stone.
Yay. If you see a Messenger of Love, you just do the emote that they ask you to do and they'll give you free stuff.
That's cool.
Ooh, I hear a shiny.
Already?
Well, it's a lucky, but you know what I mean, shiny.
Yeah. I
But
know.
yes, I hear one.
Dang.
I only have 3 balls, so I have to make this count. I have to find it first. Hear it louder.
Hear it louder, hear it louder.
Where's it coming from?
Hello, Lovey.
Hi, Lovey. How are you? Oh my god, it's getting louder. Where is it? Is it up there? I am following sparkly sounds.
Aim is good. Came and see I do the messenger quest.
Oh, did you? No. It's like, all right, time to go. It did say messenger of love, didn't it? Where is it coming from? I'm losing my mind. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Huh?
I want it. I need it. I need it. I need it so bad. Uh, uh, um. Help me out, guys.
How you doing, Lovey?
It's so big. Stop. Don't tag me. Don't tag me. It's very rude.
I'm starving.
Come on. Come on. Yes! I got it, and it's lucky. Well, of course it's lucky, because I just said it was lucky. And I got an applied planting handbook already. Oh, right, because if you catch a lucky pal, I think they give you stuff. Look, look, look. I need to show you what I got, babe. I show you what I got. Where you at? Are you at your base?
I am at my base.
Okay, I think my Kateva died.
No.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Um,
Do you know how I said I had the shittiest pingullet?
yeah.
Oh, wait, I have to go to my base first, because... Hold on. Alright, level up again. Oh, I need to get this fucker, and I need to get that fucker. Oh my god, there's so many things I need to get. Actually, you know what? Just come to my base really quick, because I'm gonna put him out. Can he do anything right now? No, but I'm gonna put him out, because it's fucking funny. You see?
I'm on my way, honey. Give me a second. Eesh. Whoa, my god, it's so big.
Right? He's so chunky.
Bang, 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 bang.
I want to see what his stat is. He's lucky, which means I don't remember all the details. Plus attack, plus defense, and plus work speed.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a good one. I'm gonna put the Kativa in there. To get a Fox Sparks, but it's lame. It's less defense. I need to get.
Shoddy pad, repair pad.
How are you doing today, Lovey?
Yeah. How are you today, Lovey?
It's Raspberry.
Um,
No!
No?
My fucking penguin killed the deer! You stupid! Get out of here!
Oh no. Too much damage.
God damn it. I was so close. I was like, oh, at least the daydream doesn't kill things. I needed that, you bitch!
Violence.
Leave the amount of salt.
Farm and handiwork transporting. Just planting. Gathering. Handiwork. None of them help with trees.
Like, you're like zooming. I have nothing that's gonna collect wood right now. That's why I wanted the deer, you stupid bitch. Actually, this is a really good spot. I'm kind of mad about it. Didn't want this spot. I wanted so badly to have somewhere else. All the test builds I did in different areas because I didn't want this spot, but it works.
It works for now. We can destroy stuff later.
Yeah. No, I don't want you sucking up to me, you bitch.
I need to build. Oh, I need to unlock. Structure set. Repair bench.
I want a campfire for the base. What else? A shoddy bed. I could do that. Probably be easier to do if I had, more wood. Like a creature that could gather wood or something. If only. What a fucking dream that would be. Shit. So mad at that penguin right now. I'm so fucking mad. Penguin's like, you mad, bro? Yes. Yes, I am.
I'm just slightly mad.
Ugh.
Anger.
And he's just vibing. He's sitting there, like, dancing. Little asshole. Little asshole. Why do I have two random bait? I don't know.
Yeah, back to random. Okay, it does look like if you're in your base, your pals still help with random things. So that's
What do you mean?
bad news for Bushi.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, this one's wrong.
I'm really foggy.
Control bed.
Is that gonna be a better Foxmarks? I need more balls.
Don't come
I don't
over
think I'm gonna
top
have
of
enough.
me.
Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, there we go.
Do you see Fox Parks up there, or do you want the one down here?
I was gonna go for the one that's on its way up top.
Okay. I'll take this one then.
Fall in love. Okay, it's level 5.
It is scattered. Stupid cat, he killed it.
This one has conceded, which I think is okay. I think it just means it's not gonna be. Oh man, I was just thinking it's not gonna be a very good worker. I need it to be a worker. Ah!
Wait, what are you doing in there? I thought I had. Beep, chop, 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 chop the wood.
I'm feeling minorly stressed out. I don't know why. I think I'm trying to rush, and I just need to like.
Take your time, my love. We have literally all year.
Okay, I'm just gonna recenter. My thing is I've got like so many goals that I'm trying to do, and I'm not organized. I haven't organized them in my head. All right, let's see. What do I need? Let me make a list of things that I need. We're gonna make a text list here. What I need. Okay, we're gonna change this text box to this one so we can see.
Ow.
Blah blah blah. Okay, there we go.
We're just testing the new burn mechanic.
We need
Roland does help.
fire pow, wood pow, stone pow, or mining pow. And we want chillet. So we'll try and do that. Fire pow, wood pow, mining pow. We need a farming pow. Gather, plant. We have watering. We need a lot of resources, honestly. But I think we'll get the resources from once after we get the things. So let's focus on.
I need to get a watering power. I don't care about passives too much right now. I want them as well.
To keep this buddy. No, I want to keep this buddy in my inventory for my. Well, actually, I don't have a club right now, so. What is the details of this one? Conceded work speed plus 10%. Actually, it's better. It's good work speed. It's good.
Oh, concede a good work speed.
Yeah.
Is that just it? For this one?
No, it's down 10% defense. But to be fair, downtrodden was down 10% defense too. Yeah.
That's more.
So we've got a
fine.
fire pal. So I can erase that. Which means we need a thing. Oh shit! I should probably make it a bed, huh?
What is that?
What is what?
Nox? It looks like a dark Eevee.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Nox. I think it's got new passives too. Or new abilities.
It looks really cool.
I'm going back to the fields, the behemoth fields, to see if I.
It's more like a dark Foxbox.
Actually, there is an ice fox, icy. There's a fox sparks, Christ. Yeah, that's what they're called. I love the naming convention. It's very predictable.
I like that the Daedrin no longer just kills things. Okay, let's see.
Just make a new one. Go all the way back for a second.
Mulligan, that's fine.
Stone, yeah, that's fine.
Something water power.
Something dark side.
Something complete. Rules.
The bow. Remake a club. So I do want melee. Sometimes I need the bow because things are just out of my reach.
Mm-hmm.
What am I trying to make? I'm gonna make a new bed. Okay, we can afford that now. What about?
Probably should make a weapon. I'm just still running around with my stone axe and pickaxe.
I don't know how many fire organs I have right now.
Yeah, gullets around here.
Okay, I don't see any fire pals up here right now.
Oh, another gun moss. Oops, accidentally killed it. Yeah, my daydream actually does a decent amount of damage right now. Ugh.
What?
No good. It had a bottomless stomach on it.
Ugh. Some pals are gonna have some pals are gonna like have hunger. Like glutton is gonna be on a relaxosaurus no matter what you get.
Pangolin with nothing, I'll take that. Oh, that's a cool effect.
What?
I got hit by a daydream and I had it narrowed my vision.
Oh yeah, it blinds you. That's not new. But it is
No.
cool.
Accidentally killed it because my daydream hit it just as I went to attack.
Okay.
Chickpea. Nope, can see the chickpea, that's good. Pan, got it. See if there is anything else I get extra. Oh, philanthropist on a pangolin. Okay, yeah, there isn't anything. I was just confirming it, but there is not anything you get bonus after level after capturing 5.
Okay.
Very dark ball.
I don't know why I thought you said pepperan.
I'm catching the pepper.
Oh okay, yeah.
The dog, the new dog. Artisan and ferocious, but it's also a pacifist, which is fine if it's a base pal.
I don't know why it would be a base pal.
I don't know if it can be a base pal.
I mean,
I
it
thought it
can
would.
be. I don't know why it would be. Gathering, lumbering, transporting. I traded to him.
Okay.
I can have 2 bases now.
Yeah, same.
Well, it's just
same.
because the way we have it set up is we wind up unlocking the bases earlier. And unlocking the amount of pals we can have in bases earlier. Which I'm fine with.
It is gonna help with just going on to infinity.
And so once I get over to my area for the breeding house, I can go start building that shit up.
Stat point. What do I want? Yeah, more stamina.
There's so much to see. And it's like I want to see it all right away, and I know I can't.
So much to do, so much to see.
So what's wrong with taking the back street? Who the fuck? What are you watering? I mean, not that I fucking mind that you're watering things. I'm just curious what you're watering, because who's planting? Who's planting here?
How do I see where my
Oh, Clovey. Clovey plants and gathers. Okay. All right.
Missions, yeah.
Oh my God, my Pangullet has a watering of 2 because it's got lucky on it and it has 1 star. It was a 1 star coming out. It has a watering of 1 or of 2.
Oh, cool.
That's fucking awesome. It's a better waterer than my T-Fant. That's a little disappointing, but I'm glad for it. Like it's awesome. Build PAL.
The good
Get a
thing is,
workwood.
like, Ethan can become a really good waterer
Yeah.
with all the changes they've made.
Yeah. I need to go catch. Shit, fuck.
Shit, fuck.
Shut up. Yes, I need to catch a shit fuck, okay? Jesus. Don't judge me. You shaming me for the shit
You
fucks
just
that I
gotta
gotta
catch
catch.
a shit fuck.
Yep. Another lamb ball because I need more cloth. Should just build a farm. But I haven't done that.
Philanthropist is... Oh, that's breeding speed. Whereas
Mm.
yours not. I mean, sure. I don't have anyone with harvest.
There we go. Oh my God, it's a stronghold strategist. Is that good?
Oh!
What?
The Nox, when activated, when its ability activates, it detects the location of nearby pal effigies.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's right. That was what it updated to. I did read that.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. What does the stronghold strategist do? I know it's something good. Increase or 10% increase in player defense. Eh.
Hell yeah, workbench. Technology.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah.
Hello? Hi, Seika. How you doing? You have thrown Nan plushies. You like how I went to go fix it and I wound up breaking it even more? I'm just that good. Okay. Balls. Not what I wanted. It's not why I did this.
Hello, Psycho. How you doing?
I left to go get stuff to make cloth. I came back and I made knot things. Oh my God. Jesse! How you
Jesse, good
doing?
morning. Talking about you, well, not necessarily you, but just like people from the UK.
Yeah.
Who like,
We're like, oh, it's gonna be like really early for you guys. Which, yeah, because it's like noon. Well, it's not noon now. It's 1, 3. I don't know. It's sometime that exists in the world.
it won't be noon. It will be like
3, 1, 2.
6,
Is it 2?
7.
No, it's not 6 right now. No, I was talking about us.
Oh, for us, it is 3. Yeah, 3:11.
We went through and we read all the skimmed all the patch notes. Because they're like, look, I told them, I was like, look, we should absolutely get the patch notes before the game drops so that we can read them. Because whenever, like, otherwise, I'm just going to sit there and be sad because I'm reading patch notes instead of playing the game. So that's why I just skimmed it. And you know what? I guess I'm just going to fucking discover the shit. I'm just going to discover it. I've got some general knowledge, like they've changed some things around. Like I know right now that a Memorest is here, and that's the exact same as it was before.
Yeah, but now there's, new pals in the starting area.
Like if you look up right now, see this right here? There's nothing. This doesn't. This says question marks, but I know what it is. I say I know what it is, but I could not know what it is. They could have changed it, but I'd be a little sad if they changed it. I want to go get it. Should I go get it now? I could go get it now. No, I want to make a cloth thing. What was the cloth thing I needed? I needed wool to make I need a wool to make cloth and cloth to make something. Something that needed to cloth. That's specifically why I went over there to get it. Because I needed cloth to make... Oh, a Palgear workbench. Now I'm missing Palgear. Fuck!
You need a coffee?
I have an
No.
energy drink. Could be partially why my heart's racing.
Maybe.
Build a hot spring. I will. When it's time.
Build another storage crate. Take these organs out. Just like
It's me to deploy a path to the base, so sure. Sure. Nope. We're gonna be here for a bit. Mission complete. Build a crusher, stone pit, and a logging site. Ugh, I need all these things. I still need Ecthidir. I am gonna go over to... What have you got?
me?
Yeah, I'm coming over to your base.
I got sadness.
Like your little sheep. I'm gonna go try to find a new pal, I guess. Wait, I need more arrows.
I need more bowls. I'm out of bowls. I should actually
I have like
make
no resources.
weapons.
Oh, you tried to jump scare me and it didn't work. Son of a bitch.
Oh no.
Well, okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Seems that did not go off. What was I doing? I'm sorry. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh, okay, so arrows make 10 each. Each one. Okay, 15 stream streak. Amazing. Amazing. You are adored and I adore you. Okay, let's see.
15 streams. And streaking. Oh, this wants me to take it to the desert town? Okay, I guess I'm heading to the desert town for a side quest.
God. I need to, right, I was trying to fix Lumia.
Lumia.com.
Thing is like, it doesn't say there's anything wrong with Lumia.
What the hell is... Okay.
Let me see what happened.
Okay.
What?
Oops. I have a boss that's just randomly decided to come into my base area.
A boss?
Yeah, it's like a dire howl pack.
Oh. Are you being raided?
No, they were chasing a rush ball. A rush ball.
Rar went through.
Probably got that. Yeah.
That worked. I have no idea why that didn't work for you.
I've caught a dire howl. Although now the problem is
Hmm.
there's a boss dire howl.
See.
Oh no. no, they found me.
Oh, jeez. That's a.
So there's like 7 dire howls, and one of them's a level 10 boss.
I don't see anything at your base. What are you talking about?
Like up the towards like the bridge where the Mamarist is.
I see a rush boar. Of course, I'm not super close.
It's in my base. It's out of my base. Like up the path towards the cave where the Mamarist sometimes is. Yeah, they're just fighting stuff on the wooden bridge.
Interesting.
I think the boss one just is taking a.
Why am I giant?
The boss one? Yeah, the boss one's in the water.
That's fine.
Hey, buddy.
Okay. I'm trying to go after something very specific. We'll just go this way. There's a shrine down here I want to unlock anyway.
Ow.
I'm gonna turn off my preview to try and save some VRAM.
Yeah. Go, Lambo. Beat him up. Just in the water.
Weird looking rocks. I don't think it was always like this. I think there's been a lot of color shader change things. It's where like things look right but ever so slightly wrong.
Like my face.
Yeah, like Tristan's face.
That's a lie. It never looks right.
I'm gonna get these things down here.
Yeah, I got the boss one.
Amazing.
It didn't have any skills on it, I don't think.
Oh well. Is it bigger?
It
Was it glowing red?
No.
Okay.
It just had, a health bar and
I see.
there's still so many dire howls. Interesting. Did I capture a dead dire howl?
Okay.
Oh no, it escaped.
There's a Mozzarina in an earlier area. That's fantastic. But also, there's a Chillet.
Chillet, the boss Chillet or
Boss
just a
Chillet.
different Chillet?
Oh wow, boss music.
Yeah, they were talking about like rework and stuff, and there's a bunch of boss music. Okay, so I just need to catch one more of these dire balls. There's still so many. Lample, get over here.
I need you to be my
Hey,
bitch.
Go, Lambo, beat up these bitches. Show them who the real ball is. Ow. Yeah. I don't even know
Oh
where
shit,
the
that fucking
fuck
hurt.
is. I don't want to be climbing. Definitely got one of them.
Damn.
Okay, I got both of them. Yay, I got the memo gaffy.
Come on, come on, come on. Fuck.
Well,
Shit, 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 shit.
both of them.
I am on 50 health.
Oh my. Would you fight the chullet?
Yeah. Oh, got it.
Nice!
Logging foreman. Fabulous. That's what I wanted.
I knew it.
Stamina.
Ooh, an egg. This is a damp egg. Yeah.
Okay. I have taken down the first boss.
To this side quest.
At level 11. It's not even what I wanted. I mean, I didn't need a chillet.
Oh,
But I also need an RSOX, so I can actually go check the camp by my base too. The syndicate thingy. I don't know if it's respawned or not.
Okay, I can go back to this one. You don't have enough milk for the coffee. Oh no!
That's disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Drink it black.
Who do we have to beat up for you?
Just like attack things without fighting things. Come on, look. I really don't necessarily need another fox barks right now, but I could really use some flame organs.
I get my stamina up to 200 and then level up something else.
I'll take it anyways. Oh, he got away.
I don't have any
Fuck him up.
justice.
Damn, Papa, I was ready going for blood.
It's a cool looking pal. I like it.
Papa?
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's vicious. He's like, I'm gonna kill everything. Oh my god, look. If you're gonna kill it, that's fine. Just, like, let me get near. Oh my god, okay, well.
Near.
Do you just, like, hate foxes?
Yes, how did you know?
You?
Don't tell Hiko.
No!
To be fair, foxes stink.
Oh my god.
Same with ferrets.
That's so rude.
I can't help the fact that they stink.
Maybe they think you stink.
Everything thinks I stink, even you.
Sometimes.
She told me to put deodorant on.
I mean, that seems like a normal human thing to do.
No! I'm not normal. Yeah, the additional stamina just helps with traverse and everything. Yambos, trusting twist.
Jesus fucking Christ, guys.
What is this? Castaway Journal. That gave me some exploration XP. Oh.
I'm so
Ow, my
handicap ready right
ankles.
now. Oh, but I could go for a herbal. A herbal would be nice.
I hurt my ankles. What the fuck's going on over there? Oh, that's you.
Yeah. I hit one thing and everybody goes crazy. Oh, I got some weed seeds.
Ooh.
What?
Yeah, this dire now has like the boss symbol on it.
Nice.
The only thing it's good for is harvesting, but it's a mount.
Yeah, you can ride it around.
Do I have the saddle already? Probably not. Ah! Ha! A bit more fiber.
Have the flame organs need. Why
Oh, I've
does
got
it
some
keep
ancient
pushing
civilization
down?
parts or something as well.
I do not fucking understand why this shit keeps happening. Oh, he's harvesting. He's so cute. The little pupper is adorable. When he harvests his little tail, it just shakes. I really don't need to be carrying the chicken around.
Okay, I want. Well, let me look at my pals I have in my base. What is an atrocious?
Technically, I
Speed
have.
attack.
What preview? I need to check this.
Oh! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
How's that? Who'd you get a follow from?
Dildo man. Deal dough underscore man. What a name.
I love it.
I love that. Oh my god.
Pervert.
Are you blaming me, huh?
Yep.
Yep. So.
It's not a big deal though. Of course.
Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Might not be a big deal, but it is a big dough.
It's a big deal though.
I love that name.
You would, pervert. Da 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 da. I'm trying to get a bunch of stones and wood now,
How you
since
doing?
apparently I don't have any competent fucking pearls. I think I know what my issue is.
Me?
No, why I'm stressing a little bit, right? So like, when oops, usually I'm a one-time XP, and I feel like I'm keeping pretty good pace, right? But like,
Yeah.
I'm already leveled up to like metal stuff, you know? Like I should be making a
Oh.
metal chest and a cooler box and everything like that, and I feel like I should be like at that point in progression, you know?
But it's just the XP increase.
Yeah.
That's doing that. Yeah, I see.
So I'm like, fuck, I should already have this by now. I should already have this by now. Because I'm already at this point, you know? But that's not the case.
Uh,
Do you want to make that though? I still do need a miner.
Crush a stone pit, look inside.
Okay, we don't have much metal, so we'll break this. So a good miner for this, I would say for this area, but the thing is they've changed things for areas, you know? I was thinking for this area, a good miner would be a tombat, but I haven't seen any. I'm gonna go over to the fort ruins and see if there are any over there, because I feel like if there were any, that's where they'd be. They're nocturnal.
It's basically we just got to like relearn where everything is now. because
Yeah,
Some places might have.
they've changed a lot of the locations on things.
Overall, it's mostly similar,
Yeah,
but there's just like some things could be earlier, which is nice.
do a quick run up to this next spot. Mostly because I'm trying to see if there's any.
I think there's a little fly or mosquito thingy floating around.
In the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh. I got it.
Good job.
Decided to land. That was its mistake. I don't think this is supposed to be in the floor like this, but maybe.
I can't wait. Let's go this way. See.
By the way, I can get it.
The deer. Oh my god, yes.
Get 2 more level ups on stamina, and then
Okay, it's both.
oh, is this done? This is done. Nice.
One down. Wellness Watcher. What is that? What is Wellness Watcher?
Ooh. This Fang, okay, double Fang is chomp chomp.
Beard of Zen,
Oh,
Sadist, and Power of Gaia. What is Wellness Watcher? Player stamina consumption minus 5%. Nice.
no,
That's a
actually,
new
let's
passive.
I've got a mount, he runs so quick. Do 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 da 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 da. There's a Vulpix in chat.
Where is the camp? Is it because I built a base here, the camp doesn't exist here anymore?
Maybe you might be close.
Yeah, well, they did. Yeah, well. Fuck. That's fine. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Um,
So I have a wood gatherer. I now need a miner.
Stone Pit.
Would be a good miner.
Over here. What am I missing? With this, a lot
What
of
the
wood.
fuck is that? Oh, that is. Down here really quick.
Repair.
I just wanna go. Oh,
I just wanna go home, but I am home.
yeah, let's put health. Wooden board. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a woodcutter either. I need to get I mean,
Over here to unlock this. I have a woodcutter now. I got an Ectadier. I just need
the hot spring. No, it's
a miner now.
somewhat early. There it is.
I saw something across the way and I wanted to go to it because I don't know what it is and it looked interesting. Is it like, what was it? I saw it from down there.
Oh, Syndicate thugs are up here fighting Caprites. Fine by me.
Oh, that way. I think a rush ore might be, oh my God. I hope that guy respawns. Because this rush ore just killed an NPC.
Oh no. Yeah, hopefully he respawns.
Oh my God, this bitch is tanky.
Whoops. Ooh.
No, I killed it. Shit.
The rush ore.
I didn't want to kill it. Oh my God. There's a Tansy Ignis.
Oh, that is that new?
Yeah, it's a new variant.
Nice. Yeah, I remember the Tansy.
Not Ignis, though.
Yeah, not Ignis.
We knew there was going to be a Christ. I'm hot.
Yes, you are, baby.
I'm intensely hot. I'm trying to fucking roll.
I want. What am I after? I'm after a login, pal.
Yeah.
Honestly, a
Stop
bit great.
being a bitch.
Does the rush ore log?
I don't know, considering that I accidentally killed it.
Well, I will.
I was thinking it might mine.
It might mine, yeah.
Oh,
You know now.
I'm literally out of arrows. Wow.
Its description says it can send even boulders flying, so maybe.
It needs to be at least a mining level 2 for it to be able to do iron.
Well, I was hoping that wouldn't kill it.
Metal.
Yeah, I will let you know. I'm on my way back to my base.
Well, mine is earthquake resistant. That much I could tell you. Outside of that, no fucking clue. Where was that thing that I was looking for? I saw something in the distance that I thought looked cool, and now I can't even remember where the fuck I was going. Oh, there it is. What's that?
It has mining level 1,
Does it? Damn.
but it is good as a mining mount.
Okay.
Increases efficiency of destroying stone by 500% when mounted.
Stone. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
is
this
this
is a
thing?
stone miner,
What is this thing?
primarily.
Okay.
Can I build the logging camp yet? No, I need more plating fragments.
What is this? Hacking.
Of Heldium.
Send power from the source to all panels of the court to unlock the door.
I want to get a better.
How am I supposed to do this?
Bank card. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Okay, gonna go across Hizu Valley and get all these.
There we go.
May as well catch some ping gullets while I'm here. No harm in getting a
I got a
barrel.
crossbow schematic. Okay, that's interesting.
Nice.
There's things that you have to hack,
Ooh,
and you can get
have
some
a
schematic
hacking
for
deck?
it. Yeah, I did it.
That's cool.
There's a Tower of the Free Pal Alliance over here, and another thing down there. No, I want to go back. I want to go home.
Ooh, I got a ping gullet with insomnia.
Nice. That thing's gonna work all night for you. All day and all night. A fire tansy. Imagine you could just have an entire base of tansies.
You really could. I've got one of every element, right?
I want to take advantage of something.
I know she's gonna take advantage of my booty. What you're gonna say, right? Oh.
I built a second base so that I can get over to my other base fast. Yay.
Lost travel point.
Go chop trees.
Chest over here. Oh no, that's a exploration thingy. Oh, I got a frag grenade.
Nice.
These guys.
Mining skill 1. Fire. Wood.
Okay, I think I want to get an Eek here, honestly, to chop wood.
Yeah. I can give you one if you want, I think. I don't know how.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. I know. I think there is a way to trade them though.
There is. I just don't know how. Oh yeah, hold on. I remember I could like
Can you like drop it?
no. It's like I could sell it to you.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because you took out the Ichthyrs that were around this area, and now I don't think any more have spawned in.
Well, that's why I had to leave. I left to go get some. Alright, Ping Gullet, I need you to focus on not gathering, not transporting. Maybe focus on those things, and Kativa can focus on I guess the Kativa can mine stone. Not that that's fucking super helpful.
Kativa can mine stone.
Herbal uses its healing powers to restore 30% of the player's max health when incapacitated. Okay. Has 10% neutral earth damage attack.
The lamb.
It's a pretty strong one.
Keep the lamb.
Like, oh my god.
Have I researched the ranch? Just checking if I've researched the ranch. Or if I'm even high enough level for it. Probably am.
I know, just not enough wood. I haven't made my wood thingies. Damn it. I had to make a bed.
I don't think I am a high enough level.
For the ranch? Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah, that's level 5. Okay, I can make it. Structural Pal? Ah, it's on the Pal. Okay. Get this over here.
Oh my god, I ran across the fucking campfire. That's what I like doing. I'm so smart. Fucking genius over here. My base looks like shit, but I don't even care.
Yeah, my base looks like shit as well. I'm literally just gonna destroy this base in the future. Start.
Fixed assignments. Bruh, you are absolutely working just that, and that's gonna be your job forever. Till I get a bushi. Level am I now? Level 15. Okay. What happens when it's raining? I'm gonna eat a granola bar because I'm hungry. And it's the perfect time too, because an ad break starts in a minute, so I'm not doing anything.
Oh, I think I'm currently in an ad break. So yeah.
Wow.
One more level in stamina and then what am I gonna do to set your power primitive first?
Oops, not what I meant to do. I just realized that crossbow schematic. I'm never gonna use it, but it's an epic one.
Oh, the oh, that's nice. The souls you get, well, the effigy you get for capturing everything
Mm-hmm.
goes into increase in movement speed, player movement speed.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna go over here. Unlike an antique dresser allows you to change your appearance. Hmm.
Yeah, time to go on a Ether hunting adventure.
Mhm. Fair enough.
I found one in your base. I'm taking it.
That's mine. He's working.
Actually laying down right now.
What? Oh, he's napping.
He's going to work now.
That lazy fuck.
Whee! Ooh, an effigy. Ah, that's, that is an egg. Come an egg. Can you pass me a bag of the chippies?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, honey.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Thank you. I've been tired of doing a little bar in my mouth.
I agree.
Welcome back from the ad break, guys. My mouth full of granola bar.
Yeah, I got it. Caprity. Not exactly what I was after, but it'll do. This is a metal area.
Move, fat boy.
Doing my best. Okay. Yeah, there's a chiller. I may as well catch a chiller.
Yeah. God.
Rip to that gummer. In the way.
That cat keep meowing.
Chill it. has nothing.
Give each other different names. We will build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. There we go. Now, there's more wood, but that's fine. We used some of the wood to increase the size of our base, so understandable.
A nice day.
Me? Nope, shit day. Obviously the worst.
I love the worst days. Full of sausage.
That was dumb.
Hmm?
And I just threw a random ball at a pixie for no reason. Yeah.
Nom 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 nom. Chippers. These are nice.
Glad we got more of them.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got more. Need a lot more stone.
Is anybody in chat doing playing Palworld too? Everybody's been kind of quiet, which is fine, understandable.
I haven't been streaming for a bit, and it's also off time from when we usually stream, so it's probably going to be a slow start.
That's totally fine. I'm playing the game anyways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's my stamina. Not where I wanted to be. Let's get this.
I need a crusher. Wood and palladium fragments. No, I should probably get more arrows. If I fucking can. I cannot because I don't have enough wood. I used literally every bit of wood that I had.
Wood. This lets me level up this again.
I wonder what's over by my second base at nighttime.
Nice. This one can do. Oh, great!
What?
The random lift mark I caught has insomnia.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was just lucky. Now I've got to build the thing that lets me command them. Yeah, this. Look, I don't want you on that.
Oh my god, the Nox looks so fucking cute.
I can get rid of you now.
As work slave.
Chippy. Sorry, but bye-bye, buddy. I was just telling the Chickpea to fuck off. Just setting up my work preferences. I think I got everything covered for what I have now.
I don't. I need to still get a miner. I mean, I have a miner that could work with the stone thingy. I need to level up the base one more time. That's why I'm trying to make this crusher.
Yeah.
You've already done that though.
I don't have a miner that can do metal.
Oh, I don't have a miner that can do metal either.
Yeah, I got a rush ball.
Yeah, so do I. And he'll work. He'll do the job.
Yeah. I think I'm at the point where I need to get metal.
I don't even need to tell him what to do. He literally has like one job.
Wood. Okay, nails. Can I make? How many nails do I need? That's 5. Okay. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just starting to need ingots for things.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot I have a food bag.
Oh yeah, there is a food bag now, isn't there? I need a small feed bag, which requires.
I'm wondering how I change the settings. Like if I think I increased the number for the respawn, but I don't know if I made it to where things respawn less or more.
Oh yeah, because sometimes some games are just like, oh yeah, increase this, and it does it more. Or other games that do it and it does it
Do you
less.
mind if I exit out real quick and check that?
100%. I mind. Yeah. No, I don't
Too
mind at
bad,
all.
sucks to suck.
Go ahead.
Start game.
Not
Change
connected to the
world
host.
settings.
No.
Custom settings.
That was good.
What's it called? Gatherable objects respawn interval. Okay, hold on.
Can you readjust the world settings anytime you load the
Oh,
world?
I actually made it to where the shit fucking will never respawn. Okay.
That explains it.
I was like, why is nothing fucking respawning? Okay. There we go. I was like, damn, everything respawns so slow. What were you saying, babe?
No, that explains it.
No, I know. What did you say before that?
Damn, those were good.
Okay. That's not what you said, but okay.
I don't remember.
TSU 2M3.
ESU 2M3. Oh, I was asking, which you confirmed by just doing it. If you can adjust like all the world settings on anytime you load the world.
Oh, yeah.
Are there any that you can't readjust?
I probably can't set it to random spawn. Oh, yeah, random spawn specifically. Yeah, so I can't do that.
Okay, cool, cool. Nails. Any more wood? Okay, okay. Oh yeah, the trees are back.
Good. Oh, the nails make 5 each now instead of 2 each.
They used to make 2? Ooh. Yeah, good make 5 now. I didn't realize they used to only make 2.
The fuck? What's wrong with my boar? He just went over and was like, "Wah, wah, wah."
My board decided it's a great time to just never go for the stone mine, and he's just constantly walking around breaking rocks in the area. I mean, yeah, they give more than working on the stone mine. So I guess it's fine. Hey, honey. Do you like my doggo?
Oh my god, he's so big.
Yeah. Wee.
I've been walking around on foot like a pleb.
I want to go up this way. Oh, an effigy. I don't know if you've got this one yet. I'll just mark it. Oh, Nick's here. Yes. I knew I saw one over here in the past.
Palladium fragments.
Okay. Surely you're getting the ball. Nice. Got the Ixia. Power of Gaia. That's fine.
Yeah. I have the one that's Power of Gaia in my inventory. Actually, I should probably make a saddle for it. Can I do that? Probably not. That'd be nice though.
I think from memory it required metal, level 12, and yeah, 10 ingots. 5 leather, 25 or 10 ingots, 3 horns, and 15
Not
palladium.
too crazy.
Palladium.
I really wish that board would stop taking breaks. He's like, I'm tired. Well, you worked for 3 seconds. I mean, I can understand.
Oh, this is the level, the Penking. Oil well out here. Okay, so dinner is gonna be between one of two things, honey.
Okay.
It's either gonna be like a rump roast, like a lamb rump roast, or a butterfly chicken.
That sounds good.
Hmm. I was asking before, like, she's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner. Here's what I have, and I was like, yeah, it's up to you. Whatever you feel like.
Yep. That way. Might as well.
Is it ever? I don't think it's ever worth increasing work speed, right?
It is.
It is.
I mean, I like doing it because it makes things go faster. Unless you want your pals doing all the work exclusively.
Oh, that goes up by 50. Dang. I didn't realize it went up by so much.
Oh, I haven't even put anything in there yet.
Thought it only went up by like 10.
It did last time.
Well, that might be one thing they've changed.
Yeah. I didn't read through everything specifically. You know, I was very thorough in my reading. Totally.
You were at the start.
Look, I wanted to play.
I know, I
Oh,
know.
that thing looks so cool.
Most of the reading happened while still installing, so.
Yeah. But then it was done installing and I wanted to play.
It's cute.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what you might actually find there. Oh. Base is over there. Oh.
Oh?
I like the story. Like it's got little story. That's awesome. It's doing a good job of explaining the story.
That's good. Wait. Oh, you're napping because you're a foxbark that sleeps through the day sometime. And you're leaving
Foxparks
another
is
one.
just eepy.
He's so eepy. Yeah, I'm gonna go and I have another foxbark with
Down,
yes.
down, down, down.
Make me ingots. Thanks, buddy. I can't do that. And I can put an elixir in now as well. who?
See what I can make. I know I was trying to make something that I don't remember what it was. Oh, I do need to do that, don't I?
What preferences? And I want you to take over.
I needed to make this.
So,
Yep, totally.
now I
I'm
have
so good at this.
got stone production, lumber production. Well, actually, Liftmark doesn't need to do lumber production anymore because I can replace you as well.
All right, I need to go catch a water pal. For no other reason than to make a thingy. Swamp? Nope. Swamp's not the word. Oh my god. Pool? You know what? That's closer. Spa. I didn't make any arrows.
Get the gummos out. And then what would be good to put?
Yay.
You, honestly, yeah. It's just an upgrade. And then when it's not working, I'll work in the ranch. What does it do in the ranch? Pretty.
Okay. Now I think
Oh, red. Oh,
the base is going to be pretty self-sufficient now. I'm going to be better once I had a... Hmm?
Capricorn is actually a pretty decent thing to have in your party.
It is. Oh, in your party.
Yeah. While in party, restore 100 Pals hunger to the power with the lowest hunger every 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. That is nice.
It's great to have in your base, though, as well. Yes. To them, and then I will. Nails.
Okay.
The nails are so nice now.
Okay, let's see. Let's go to my other base, and then we'll pick that up. Oh, I guess we don't have to.
And then grab the wood.
So we do kind of want to make our breeding base. So if we can get over to it, we can actually start building it. Claim the area. And I'll be happier with that area, honestly.
Yeah, I know you're very much looking forward to getting to there.
Maybe I could find more pals. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. No, it's fine. I'm gonna go unlock this thing over here. I was saying that I'm dumb because I still don't have any fucking arrows.
Oh. I still haven't built my old bow yet. I suppose I can do that now. Although I'm at the point where I could get like a fucking better bow.
If I had a bow DIY, I'd like to make that.
triple shot bow.
I kind of want to make a bat too.
I can upgrade my base. Oh, okay. When you hit level 8, you'll have the ability to build 3 bases.
What's that? Like, what is asking for?
Oh, to get to level 8?
Yeah.
It wants a medicine workbench, high quality workbench.
Oh, so after you build the medicine workbench and everything?
Yeah, after that you get to you can build 3 bases.
Okay. I can build.
Build a cooler box as well.
Okay, yeah. The only thing I can't do is the medicine workbench.
When you fix the sign, does that mean they stay on that and that's it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Sometimes I'll also go in and change like what they're. Oh yes, fantastic. Okay. Sorry, I was really I had put some foundations on and or down at one point and okay. I put some foundations down at some point and it was stopping that one metal node I have from coming back. So I broke the foundations and now it came back. And there's my medicine workbench. Okay. Now I can have 3.
Why can't I fix the sign? Huh? Oh, there's no food in it.
Whoa. Okay. I was like, oh, craft 30 arrows. I was like, yeah, I can make 30 arrows. Making 300 arrows. Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh, I want to build that base so bad. Mostly because it's like the one solid thing it's like I know I can do. Oh, but I can't even full on build it yet.
Do pals eat out of a cooler?
Hi, James. Huh?
Do pals eat out of coolers or do they have to
No,
eat
they
out?
will not eat out of coolers.
Okay, so
But
it's
yeah,
best.
I just realized I can't even full on build that base yet because I need the breeding pen. I can start to build it. Where's the breeding pen?
I_m_simsword said MNCARN.
You're in California. Nice. Um,
Oh, hi Sims. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. I'm starving. Oh no. Yes, the food. Enjoying your time in California? I think I want the Power with Insomnia to work on the other one I want. Not doing cool box stuff.
Give me a moment. I need to look up something.
You just cool box. Oh, nice! I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sims. And you're having fun.
Okay. Am I blind?
Want the Capricorn in there. Build more wood bow. No. I build the triple bow. Need more fiber. Yeah, it's good to see you, Sims. I'm glad you're enjoying California.
I'm glad too.
Aiko's been so excited for this.
Well, yeah, and I'm still excited. I'm just confused right now.
What's confusing you?
Where's the breeding pen?
Oh. Oh, they did rework breeding, so it could be later.
But I'm looking down. I'm trying to find it in here.
Where was it before? 19?
Was it level 19?
Oh, it's ancient technology now at level 19.
Oh.
And you must defeat the free power, the tower of the free power line.
Really? That whore. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Good lord. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I was sitting there scrolling down I went all the way to the end because I'm like, where the fuck is it? I still build part of it.
Yes, yes. You want to save up 2 of the ancient research points for it
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, that's fine. Who are the babies in my inventory? I was leaving you from Brian. Who is this fucking pangolin? Oh, right. I didn't need this.
Exploring. What was I needing to build? Oh yes, another power bed.
I'll just bring him with me. That's fine. Okay, so hey, do you want to come with me to try to see if we can do the boss together?
The power lines? Or the first one?
First one.
Yeah, yeah. Give me 1 second. Actually, yeah, just because of their levels, I think.
I don't know if we can do it together, but we can try.
I don't think we can, but we can try.
Went to the beach earlier today. I can't even imagine going to the beach right now. Jesus Christ. It's too fucking cold for that shit. Okay, go report to the chief.
Now I need to build some arrows.
Hello, village chief.
I still haven't gone to the town.
Okay, now it says enter the Tower of Rain Syndicate. It's a quest, so. I can buy this. Hardwood. Oh my god. It's Animal Crossing.
It
Oh,
is
sorry.
Animal
Sorry.
Crossing.
Even worse. It's Stardew. Hardwood. I hope it's
Oh,
not
I
as rare as in Stardew.
It's Stardew Valley. Whereabouts is the town?
Um, do you have the little marker on your map telling you to go to it?
Mission. There we go. Yeah, heading over there now. Is it the one in the desert? Oh, it is the one in the desert. I've got
It's not a desert. It's yellow. It's a yellow area. It's not a desert.
It's the rocky, sandy place.
It's not sand.
Clay.
No,
Mud.
it's yellow.
Flowers.
No.
What if I just eat you instead?
Babe, you're here. You can see that it's yellow. It's leaves.
Yeah, I remember this.
Don't shame me. Baby, baby, baby. Oh.
Oh my god, it's Justin Bieber.
I want to see if I can make metal tools yet. I don't know if I have the resources, but I'd like to have the resources. I don't think that's enough for me to like to have it. Nope. Nope, nope.
How long are you gonna be in California for, Sims? Enjoying your time away from New York? New York, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have to craft the fox sparks harness.
It's really easy.
Turn to the small settlement and report to the chief. Ba-ja-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-bum.
Yeah. X. Okay. Might be a little bit more helpful to me than the Lambo.
Okay, I've got the quest to enter the tower.
Alright, let's go.
When no, we are Let me boss a battle. Oh yeah, we can both enter at the same time.
Good.
Nice. I said we don't have to be in the same guild
Mm-hmm.
to do that. I wonder how raids work, because aren't they a guild thing?
Ooh, where's the casino?
Ooh. Did I have a cutscene before?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's different. So far, the answer is no.
They nailed it on this one, and then just stuck with it. Whoa. Ow.
I find that it's better not to ride them. Just let them do their thing. Are you trying to laser sight my pupper? Don't laser sight my pupper. I love that the little pupper's in here. I get the fucking gigantic Grisble, and then just a little pupper over there. It's just a little dog. But he's doing really good. It says his attack is highly effective because he's a ground type, you know?
Yeah. My Direhound has a attack as well, a ground attack.
That's awesome. Key sphere.
She's dead.
Oh,
Oh no.
key sphere of envy. Ooh. Okay, I have unused stats. How many times? Ooh, two levels up. I'm gonna put them both in. Nope. Apparently, I don't get to do anything. You left, so I assume it pulled me out too.
Just time.
Oh,
down.
okay.
I was just running around ragdoll until his body.
Oh, that's funny. I put them both in work speed. Okay, Mega Glider. Yeah, I'll take that. Let's take this. I might buy the Ring of Mercy. I don't necessarily make that right now. Cooking pot. Yes.
Oh nice, yes, yeah. Got up to the cooking pot too.
I
Oh,
know.
primitive spawn at level 17 as well. Yeah, honey.
Hello. Does your hair do wiggly things like this? Do you see
Yeah.
my hair?
Yep, I do.
That's what I was saying. Like, oh my god, my hair has crazy physics.
It does have some physics, but not like yours.
Oh look, there's my base. I could see my base from here. Oh my god, I could see your base from here.
Oh my god, pervert.
Yes, I'm a pervert because I can see your base.
You know what, honey?
Oh my god, this was so cute. He's like so relaxed. Now I'm gonna go back and talk to the chief.
Jeffy.
Hefe.
Yeah, I should go do the same thing. What did they drop anything?
You
Or...
defeated, okay, on our own tower? No. You got some ancient point thingies.
Yeah.
And you were able to progress and stuff.
Just helps the
Okay.
progression.
These spheres, pal spheres were created by analyzing
Oh.
purposing. Okay. Okay, so apparently I can meet with Zoe, but not right now. Because she's pissed. Let's go to here. We're just gonna take a walk. Gonna take a walk. Nice. Going this way. I'm gonna try and get to my next base plate area. Even though I can't really do anything there right now. Supply drop initiated. Okay.
Oh, the veteran hunter gave a quest in the town
Yeah.
to defeat 5 bosses.
Yeah.
Oh, I can sell some of my pals to this person.
I don't think this is where I wanted to go. I mean, it's not where I wanted to go. It's just not where I wanted to go. Oh my god, fluffy beard! Not beard. That's what I said. Fluffy beard, not bird.
Fluffy beard.
Not bird.
It's like white beard.
I mean, it is a white beard. Oh, he's so cute. I'm gonna pick up this leather. Oh my god, I was sitting there thinking it was too high a level for me. It's not really. Hey, come here, Muffly. Come here, little bitch.
Made some money selling on pals I wasn't using.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go? No, no, no. Did he die? No, 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 he's over there. He's over there, it's fine. Let him be my bestie. Yes! What'd I get? A Muffly. He's easygoing. That's great. Its soft facial fluff softens any hit but cannot groom itself. It's stinky. Oh my god, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get killed by a Muffly. I'll be so embarrassed. I won't be able to face any of my viewers.
Where did you go?
North.
From your base or from just this area? From the town.
I don't. It's all north. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, so it looks like there is a. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want over there.
I feel like there's a lucky creature in town. One of the people are lucky.
Oh shit! I hear music. It's scary music. I don't know why there's scary music all of a sudden.
I don't know what love is.
Oh, I'm being chased by a syndicate thug. I see. I just need that. I just need this shrine up here. I don't even want to go this area. I was going the wrong way. I think. I want to know what that bitch can do. Besides, apparently stink. Just can't clean itself.
It stinks like me.
Call it Tristan's baby. While on party, they increase the capture rate of pals afflicted with freeze. Oh, it has a cold of 2. It's kind of adorable, but I don't really want it out right now. I have one now, so that's something.
Hey, honey.
Hey, babe.
Meow. I talked to Zoe.
Did you?
No, I'm going to. Hello there, Zoe.
I'm gonna make some metal tools. I lied. I'm going to make some metal tools. Just the one. But
I love how you can just tell from Zoe's dialogue that she's a tsundere.
oh yeah.
Oh, that was an easy level up.
Put this in here.
Glider. Oh wow, we got 6 ancient technology points. Nice. Okay, gotta get the egg incubator. And Ring of Mercy, and one more level, and then I get the breeder thing once we beat that person.
I need one more level after that.
Yeah, I just talked to Zoe and handed her a question, and it gave me enough XP to level up.
I'm feeling emotional.
You feeling emotional?
Yeah. I don't know. I just got like really happy.
I'm glad you're
I'm just having
happy.
such a good time. I love this game.
You deserve all the happiness, my love. You only deserve happiness.
Ah, penis.
Penis. I want.
I am actually going to go try to catch the chillin again and see what I can. Actually, hold on. I need more ball. I need
Yeah.
balls. I need more balls. Are you kidding
I
me? Are you kidding me? Wow. I did not realize that the high quality workbench you could not make. Whatever.
Oh, I can't build well on the back of it. I want to check what I need to build. Oh, I just need some more cloth and I can build the incubator. Okay, nice.
I guess I do need to unlock that too, don't I? There we go. Can I make that yet? I have palladium and cloth. What do I need to make the farm? Ah, nothing. I've got everything I need.
I'll have that. Yeah, I'll hatch this random den. Someone's plotting a raid against my base.
Oh no.
And for details. Raid approaching in 5 minutes.
Oh, good thing you have like warning.
Northwest?
Alright. Now let's see. Let's see if we can find our wooliest stuffed lamb balls.
Oh no, it's just saying that. Raid approaching.
What's our wooliest of lamb balls? Sure, we'll put the aggressive one out there. Why not? Put the chicken out there too. Oh shit! I've got to put some more bits. Right. This base is so fucking ugly. I hate it. Need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really want to add too much more to my base. One thing we could do is we could join potentially the same guild because we have that many more bases available. But it's still probably worth having bases everywhere for both of us.
Maybe. That way we can each have 5 bases. Okay.
Usually the max would in the past was what, 4?
Yeah. Honestly, I'm okay with that. We still have our own thing going on, so we could travel to each other, but
Yeah, but then like because I'm not sure what raids do, like if it's guild only or something.
okay, you could join my guild.
I can join your guild.
I mean, I had to invite you, or not.
I have to go to you. Is this raid going on, or is it still? No, 2 minutes. Oh, someone visiting. Hello, what do you want? Negotiator?
I've been thinking, I want this to be happier. Want you to be happier.
I got a fwack.
I'm not sure how the PAL storage is gonna work. If we still get our own individual PAL storage or if it shares. I guess we'll find out.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Where are you at?
I'm down the cliff. I'm coming up. Eh.
Oh my god.
Hey, honey.
Mhm.
Current base of structures and base pals and other pals may disassemble your structures or replace your pals. Your party pals and pal blocks will be unaffected. Cool. Ah, cool. Yeah, integrate. Okay, cool.
Okay, let's see what it looks like in the PAL box. Oh, now it says raid approaching.
Yeah, they are not combined.
Good. But there is a thing that we can get later called
Where's the global pal box?
no. It's not the global PAL box. It is called like it's that far down. I might have made it.
Well, raid hit my base in now.
Okay. Need help?
I don't know.
Alright.
I know they changed the format of raid, so it's wave based.
Okay.
Oh, they spawned up by you.
They spawned up by me.
Oh, I walked into my campfire. That's just a bunch of leaf punks.
Yeah.
Can I catch them? We can.
Well, I was trying to catch it. I don't know what happened.
Sunshine, lollipops, and
rainbows, rude. Oh, thanks for the follow, Gray. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I don't know if you're planning on lurking or if you want to just vibe. But welcome in.
Yeah, welcome. Oh, I got a lock. I got a copper key from them. Oh, there's still one more.
I had hope it is going amazing. Amazing, honestly. Freaking loving it. So
We have fully restarted, so we're still like early game.
yeah. And look at this. Look what I've got. I've got a freaking fire monkey. He's decided to go logging, apparently. Nope, that wave. Totally nothing about the wave coming up. at all. Well, it's 3.5
Last one's
minutes.
stuck in your base on top of your workbench.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
Well,
So it wasn't ending the wave. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, I caught it.
There we go.
There we go. Right
We
defeated.
win. Oh, I got some coin and I got 17 trading manuals. Excuse me.
Oh, I got 12 and 10 dog coins.
That's wild.
But yeah, we're having so much fun in this. We were so excited for it.
Oh my god. Okay. So I am going to go back to. Actually, hold on. How many bases does it say I have now? Because if I can only have a certain amount, right? 3. It says I have 3. Okay, so I'll have to destroy the other base that I made to make a new one, which is fine. It's there. I can destroy it at any point. Don't destroy that. Please.
Yeah.
Trying to. It's not there. It's this island over here that I need to go to. How are you enjoying 1.0? That that island? Oh, shoot. Oh, there's a bunch of dire howls here for no fucking reason. Ow, aggressive. Hello.
Weird.
Rude. Stop fighting me. Don't do nothing to you.
Oh, I hatched a bunny.
Oh, my lord. Hitting me. Oh my god, these enemies are so much harder. It's level 10 and it's fucking kicking my ass. So fucking weak. I'm gonna die.
Okay, something weird happened with my base. I'm gonna have
Run
to
away.
deconstruct it.
Run away. You're gonna deconstruct your base? Is it because we're technically not supposed to have 3 bases right now?
It's the permissions because I'm in the guild.
What about the permissions?
I can't choose what I can't alter what pals are in the base or destroy anything or.
Oh, why does it say you're a guest? It said as submaster. There you go. There you go.
There we go. Now I can fix out my base because it kicked out all but 3 of my pals.
Sorry.
It's all your fault. No, it's not. It's my fault.
Place remove pal box on. You can do that. It'd be really weird if you couldn't. I just asked that for the 3rd base, I have that one because I know exactly where I'm building. While I'm having my ass handed to me.
You know what? Here.
Give me cloth.
I did have some. I've got 2 on me.
My defense is shit right now.
I've got more than 2 on me, not in my base, because it auto sorted. I've got 3 in my base.
Actually, I lied. Do you have leather? Actually, I lied again. Hold on.
Oh my god, she's lying to me.
I'm trying to figure out. Do heat resistant pelt armor. Any more flame organs and leather.
I've got like 20 leather
Do you have two flame organs and some leather I can steal?
18 leather, yes. Yeah. This front chest. I set myself on fire again. I'm going to go up to the metal area and
I'm just gonna go make what I need to make and then I'll come back. I'll bring any extra resources back. I won't have any more flame organs to give back because I only took what I needed from that. I'm pretty sure.
That's okay.
Where my house is gonna be, it's near desert, so I want a heat resistant shit.
That makes sense, yeah.
And also, like, I'm having my ass handed to me, so I think my defense isn't that great right now. So I'm making some heat resistant belt armor.
Smart. Yeah, smart. That's, future proofing for the heat area and also more defense. I haven't touched the. I haven't built.
Oh my god, I'm fucking cold now. Damn it!
Oh no, it's too efficient. It's like an Australian house.
Do you have do you have a bed? Oh my god, I have fucking cloth. I'm stupid.
Yeah, I've got a bed. Why?
Can you go to sleep?
Yeah. Be sick.
You could also sleep with your pals. I'm sleeping with a lamb ball right now.
Accidentally mounted my pal.
Don't do that.
I can't use my bed without a roof.
We'll sleep with your pals.
You can just sleep with your pals?
Yeah.
This looks like a comfy warm pal. Yeah.
You sleep with a fire pal.
No, I'm sleeping with the clarity or what? No, the clarity.
Why is it not? Are you not sleeping? Are you sleeping? Oh, okay. I didn't press sleep. Sorry, my bad.
It lay down and then press it. Yeah.
There we go.
Caprity. I was sleeping with Caprity. Need a good amount of metal.
All right, let's see. So where is Zoe?
She's right by
Oh.
it now. Like literally right next to it.
Oh, I didn't even fucking duh. Thought that was gonna be harder than it was, so. So like I don't know how to travel that far.
Gives like 800 and something XP.
Nice. Yes, I do. I'm not reading it out loud because I don't want to spoil it for people who might be just vibing.
I don't know if anything's changed with their story, but yeah. Better be safe, I guess.
There was no story before.
There wasn't? Oh.
No. But I did level up, which means... Oh, shit. I can't get the brain argument. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna go from here. Hopefully not get attacked by a fucking horde of fucking dire wolves.
Yeah. Was one of them a boss?
No.
So it wasn't quite
As bad as the one you went through now.
It's interesting that do they always hunt in packs?
I don't know.
Well, interested. Just don't know. Also, yeah, it is a really short incubation time.
Is it
15 minutes on a huge egg.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, and that's default.
I'm gonna make my way over to exploring areas. Making my way down here. Oh, I'll eat this.
Socks. It's in our 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 socks. I need it. I need it. I need the our socks. He's mine now. Haha. Run away. He's got noble too.
That's one
What is
of
that?
what you need.
Amion.
But that lets you breathe with chillet to make the chillet Ignis, right?
Is that one? Whoa. What are you? Yes, it lets me breed with the chillet to make the chillet Ignis. I got Amion. It is. Do you know those two pals? The twins?
Yeah.
They are one.
Oh, that is cool.
They're like attached at the head. That's cool. It's called an Amion. Mm-hmm. No, I have a key. That's fine.
Oh, what is that?
What?
Hello?
What?
Hell? Meltaka! Damon would be happy.
Oh, yeah. There's a mod for it that makes them look cuter.
I accidentally murdered it.
Murderer.
On purpose.
You accidentally on purpose murdered it? How dare you?
I am the worst.
I do think it's this way, which is good. I think I'm on the right track.
Heading towards the next quest.
No. I'm
What?
heading towards where I want to build my base.
Messenger.
Ooh, rampaging direhound.
You want a wave?
That's level 10? Interesting. I think I actually might be able to take this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could tame it though. I've never killed a predator pal before. I don't know if I'll kill one today.
I wish you luck. Ooh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I hope you can.
Level 10, so. Right, rude. Ow. Stop attacking me. I have plenty of pals for you to fight. I hate the dire house. No, don't kill my pupper. No, you killed my pupper!
That bitch.
Oh my god, I have 100 health. Shit.
Don't die.
Oh my god, they suck. It's okay, you guys can kill it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to catch it. I don't want to catch it. Don't, I'm being attacked. No. Oh, good. Good job. Good job, Tansy. Good job. Now kill its friend before it kills me. I got a predator core. Yay. I've never had one. That's fantastic. I leveled up. Oh, God. Anxiety.
So you caught it?
No, killed it.
Killed it. Okay.
But I have my first predator core. I never had that before. Dimensional pal storage. Here we go. A facility for storing a large number of captured pals. Any guild member can deposit or withdraw pals. If you set it to private, it can serve as your personal pal storage.
Okay,
My
cool.
paparazzi is dead. And I'm close to dead. Not so close to dead that I'm going to turn around, though. Fuck you. I am not dealing with dire wolves right now. They
Go kill this bounty
suck.
hunt. A bounty. But yeah, now I can see you on the map, which is really nice.
Good. I hate them. I hate them so much.
Hello, person. Let me talk to you. Yeah, get a good amount of XP by picking up the lore things. Whenever you pick up like the lore books give you like fucking 800 and something.
There's ribbony botons now in this area. I think before they were just in fabric.
Oh.
Oh my god, and the puffles. I actually need to get one of those. Because I need to check it for something.
There's a meteor strike over here? Muffly! Crescent Moon. Oh, this is a Crescent Moon Shore. Wasn't there something mentioned about
Yeah,
this?
something got moved over there. I don't remember what.
Was it a tower?
No, I don't think so.
Bristler.
Burly body. Okay. Ah!
Ooh. Ooh!
Nice.
Makeshift assault
Two with burly
fragments,
body.
stamina remedies, hyper spheres.
No, one with...
Oh, it was like a drop pod or something that had crashed and had supplies in it. That's what the meteor thingy was.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I was thinking of, but... What was it that moved? I don't know. I'd have to read the patch notes again. I don't know. Hi, babe. I see you on the map.
Hey, honey.
I'm climbing this cliff face that I'm probably going to fall off of. I don't have enough stamina for this.
Mm. Yeah. Whee! Oh. That was definitely intended, but I made it up anyway and didn't die. Oh!
Hmm.
Oh!
What?
An Alpha drone?
Yeah.
Level 26? Is that what you were fighting? I'm gonna get some more health.
I don't even know if I'm in the right fucking area. I'm looking for bamboo, but I don't see any yet. I do want to get the Alpha drone thingy, though.
Well, I'm fighting one right now.
Catch it. That's a good mount for flying. My tansy dead? I think my tansy's dead.
Go my level 4.
Okay, okay, I am in the deep bamboo thicket, which means I am going the right way.
Like a cat. Oh my god.
What?
I caught it with an 8% chance.
That's beautiful. I fucking love that for you.
Oh my god. It was level 27.
That's fucking awesome.
Holy shit. Well, I am getting the fuck out of here.
Right? I don't blame you.
My god. Basically make my way to a fast travel point. Because I realized that like I didn't have my team that was actually able to fight.
Yeah.
I just had my my Diawow,
Yeah.
and it almost like two-shot my Diawow. So it just threw a ball. Wasn't even sure if it would even go in the balls, the basic one.
Yeah.
And yeah, it
Right
went in,
now.
and I caught it.
Nice. I'm happy for you. I
Is that needed for any of the breeding things you need?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a good flight.
It is a good flyer.
That's a silver key. There's a lock picking. Oh.
Need to find my base, but I think that's it over there. Still a bit of ways. I'm on the way.
Gale claws.
And because I am smart and decided to make heat resistant clothing, I can take a shortcut.
Oh, awesome.
Otherwise, this place would be hot as fuck.
Oh, and because you can get up there, I could probably teleport to the base because I'd be part of the guild.
Yeah. There we go. I'm at my base.
Over here, this here is just me there.
Is this it? Yes. Close. It's not this one, it's this one over here. Really like. Alright, let's go ahead and
Oh, I saw it's got 3 login.
let's go and break this. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's actually a good login pal as well.
Oh, there we go.
Yo, is me you're looking for?
Alright. There's fucking dire howls in my face.
Oh my god. Level 20, which I just got to, is when you get the saddle for the Elfstran. Holy shit, I need to get more leather? Yeah, more leather. What can I kill to get leather?
You guys protect the base while I leave and go get some materials.
Okay.
I'm too heavy. That is okay. That is okay. I'm okay with that.
You get a level.
This is perfect. I have so much wood and so much stone. That's nice. That's nice. Perfect. Perfect.
Oh my god.
What?
The lucky pangolin.
And a chonky.
It's so chunky.
I love him so much.
I'm gonna catch myself one too.
What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I was at the base and I was like, oh, cool, I can make a metal chest now. But of course, I didn't fucking try to make the metal chest. I have to do that and then so that I get it in my inventory.
I caught the lucky pangolin. No, I
Oh,
don't.
we both have lucky ones. I thought you were so we both.
No.
Does yours have any extra things?
I wasn't paying attention. Wait, it's in my party now, isn't it? Blood of the Dragon. Increased damage with dragon-based attacks, and is Watering Came as level 2?
Yeah, mine did too. It's because it gets an extra star.
Oh, nice.
Now our sucks is already working overtime.
Whoops. I mean, that was intentional, yep. I remember there being a effigy at the top of this, I think. Oh. Oops. I should just stop jumping when I'm going away from it. Oh, this is so fun.
2, 4, 5.
Put that to 1,000. Ooh. I have noticed just like there's less effigies, less lift monk.
Yeah,
Effigies.
that's gonna take a lot more.
Yeah, because they probably just kept like the same total amount
Mm-hmm.
you need to max, but then just spread them out into new areas.
The pee so bad.
Just go pee.
Seems like an easy solution, right?
Oops. Let's try to summon that power.
I need to go to the safety of my other base because they're fucking dire houses.
Oh no, I've been asked to hydrate. I will hydrate after I kill this chillet. I'll catch the chillet.
Okay, Spotify's not working.
After those ancient civilization parts. Okay.
It's working. Can you say words?
Words. I'm saying words. Hello. This is words
Okay,
from
cool.
Tristan.
I think it should be fine. All right, I gotta pee. Rebecca.
Okay. I need to go get myself a drink to hydrate. I'll be right back. Get a drink. I have returned with hydration beverages. I have water for whenever someone says to hydrate. Water. Yeah?
Oh my god, freezing to death. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm back. Apparently I'm freezing to death. It's fine. I was looking at my knuckles. And my knuckles are have lines on them. Like you can see the veins in my knuckles. And I don't know why it's doing that. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna Google it really quick. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I should probably do that, huh? I'm hydrated, but now I'm gonna look up why I can see veins in my knuckles. I can see veins in my knuckles. Usually normal harmless occurrence often happens because of low body fat. Really? Yeah, all right, that's not it.
To be fair, you have been losing.
Warmer temperatures, recent physical activity.
You have been losing from your arms, or from your hands in general.
Yeah, but like, I'm not just gonna like one day be able to see all my.
No, it wouldn't be just like from a one day.
Ask ChatGPT. Why can I see my veins in my knuckles today? It's just today, and especially on your knuckles. You're warmer than usual. You've lost a bit of body fat. Your hands are hanging down. You're a little dehydrated. You've been using your hands a lot. Lightning. Lightning. Yep, that's the one. It was probably lightning.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I knew it.
Thanks, ChatGPT. I had no idea.
You have been struck by
Didn't even know I was struck by lightning.
smooth criminal.
I've been hit by. I've been struck by lightning.
A smooth lightning criminal.
Now, I have stone over there.
So if I do bookstore.
I will be moving all of the stuff over there. That way Tristan can tear down this base if he wants to. And build a base elsewhere without losing his base.
Applied plant in handbook 1. Reach that plant in affinity and you're like, well, no, I'm gonna hold on to that for a different pal.
Okay. My fighty pals are feeling better.
Makeshift assault rifle schematic. I need. I think I will still stay like this way for a bit.
That's fine.
Do some
I'm just saying
game
you
stuff.
have the option.
Yeah. I'm curious about. Rushall is a mining, like an
What I
early
can
mining.
build. How I can build. What I need to build.
Well, yeah, let me grab this. Makuhita has escaped. Escape.
Copy. Okay.
Copy. No, south. Go find this bounty. I do need these need a jolt hog.
What?
Jolt hog? I do need a jolt hog.
Jolt hog. Okay, that's entirely up to you. Technically, we need everything.
We need everything times 5. Why am I speaking like that?
How you become the very best.
I wanna be. I wanna
Ow!
have.
Ow! You bitch! I really need to place
Ow.
this down. Oh shit, 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 shit. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. Build it, build it, build it, build it before I die, please. Please.
Don't die, honey.
No! Are you kidding me? Okay, come on. Somebody finish fucking building it. Oh my god, thank god. My hamster came and saved me. No.
Oh. Were you about to like die at the base location?
Yes.
No, that would have
My
sucked.
hamster's cracked. I love you so much, Herbal.
Revived you.
It
Oh, I
saved my
love
life. And now he's taking on these dire halls on his own. Why? He protected me. He protected the whole base. That is the best hamster. I love him. Well, I assume he's a gerbil since his name's Herbal, but I love him. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was That was terrifying. I thought for sure. Because I was like, I do not want to walk all the way back up here. I don't have a nearby, like, my closest fucking, I do not have a nearby thing unlocked yet. Oh, that was terrifying.
Yeah, that would have been very problematic if you what was a big camp
The
here?
thing about it is, though, the thing about the herbal, what he'll do is he doesn't just revive you. He will revive you and then immediately start tagging everything around you. I didn't have anything spawned. I didn't have anything spawned. I was trying to spawn things, but I couldn't because I was trying to get the fucking PAL box built. It's terrifying.
Yeah, and then you just so happen to at the perfect time and
That was amazing. That was amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I am proud of you.
Not me. I'm proud of that gerbil.
It doesn't automatically come out, like you have to have it out.
No, you don't. It does automatically come out.
It does automatically?
That's what I was
Okay.
saying. It automatically comes out and then it automatically comes out. Oh, can't I put this down?
Yeah. I got myself a flambetted for my camp.
Anyways, it automatically comes out. If as long as it's in your inventory, it'll automatically come out if you die
Okay. Okay.
or if you go down, and then it'll come back trying to save you. Why can't I put this down? What's happening? Build into the ground no more? It's fine. I guess I can still.
That is a King Packer. That's what that boss is. Oh, lift mark effigy. Ooh. Secret hidden cave. Whee.
Gerbil's working overtime. Don't even know what he's doing. He's just doing it. And he's flying too. He's got this glide on. I love him.
I'm sorry, T-Fant. I didn't mean to do that.
What did you do?
The T-Fant drowned in the Cativer? The Cativer?
Oh yeah. Did you kill it?
No, I haven't killed it yet. Okay. My daydream killed it.
You attacked it.
You saved Cativer. Cativer. Also, it's a criminal activity to engage in combat in a town, so I had to make sure I wasn't like in the
Oh
town.
no.
No one saw me.
Oh no, that's fine.
Vigilante bounty officer. Okay. Oh. Ooh. I see, so that's just stock up a bunch. Oh no, the poor pen got it.
I'm gonna put this and we're gonna make sure it's faced outward. Because later we're gonna be replacing with the Japanese style doors and they need to be faced outwards.
I am gonna have so much energy or pass the fuck out. Because I'm having my mother now. Mother? No, monster.
I'm sorry, I forgot that the mother was called or Indrick was called a mother, and I was like, "What do you mean you're having your mother?"
Oh my god.
It's like, that sounds sus.
It does sound sus. Yeah. So I just hatched something quite interesting.
Oh.
It's got logging 4, mining 4, planting 4.
Wait. Logging 4, planting. What is it?
A Mammorest.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
I hatched it.
Oh,
I got
actually.
a huge egg. That's what was from my huge egg. And I've got heavyweight and serious. Immune to knockback and more defense and work speed. Ooh. Ooh. I want that on my team for now. You like it?
No. I'm stupid.
Oh, cool.
Rotate. What do you think rotating means? No, what? That's the only what? Building has gotten worse. Why does it only do that?
Melt back up. Okay.
They fucking broke building. I'm gonna check the Discord really quick. See if anybody says anything about rotate.
What level do I need to be for the Marist to settle? Definitely much higher than this.
There's a bit of offset when rotating. Get rotated.
28. Dang.
Rotating.
Technology.
Discord. Okay. If
Neological.
oh, I can do it on my fucking control. I could do it with my mouse and keyboard, but I can't. Look, I don't know why it's letting me fucking do it now. I don't know. I'm not gonna question this shit.
What are you trying to do?
Look, I ain't questioning nothing right now.
Okay. We do not question anything. Tristan. Level do I get the metal mine? Is there a metal mine?
Yes.
Do we have access to it yet? Dang. I swear I must have missed it. It's definitely not in the 50s.
It's under the it's on you have to do a boss thingy first.
Oh, it's an ancient technology?
Yeah. Or at least it was before. I don't know if it still is, but it might be.
No, it's just 24. Level 24, you level 24 and 2 ancient technology points. Cool. I wonder if I
Nope, not that one. There we go.
My God.
What do you want? What do you want? Fucking know. I don't fucking know. Do that. Those are stone stairs. I don't fucking want stone stairs. Why? Why is this hard? They're like, oh, it's made to be more intuitive. No, it's not. This
What was supposed to be made more intuitive?
the fucking building.
Oh.
Like, how is this more intuitive? Can't. 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 How am I supposed to build down? Not enough support my ass. There's fucking pillars right here, bruh. There is support. The fuck you mean? If I can build that, there's enough support, bruh. Are you kidding me? Why is the building ass right now?
Maybe something bugged.
Because, like, it wasn't working before when I built that. And I took my mouse and I was like, fuck it, I'll just build it with my mouse then. I don't know what the build button is. There we go. B. Oh, never mind. Your Mamorest defeated a herbal. I think.
Oh, you're getting the alert all the way from over here.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, my herbal died. Where the fuck's the Mamorest? Never mind. What's going on? So, like, I'm so actually getting mad right now. I literally don't know what I'm doing wrong. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay. 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 It should not work this way, but I will fucking take it, I guess. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't care. Win's a win, I guess. Okay, if you have difficulty building, try the instead of just rotating, because rotating would work before, you have to do alignment mode at the same time and rotate.
Okay.
It's
Okay. Good to know.
weird.
Whoops. Right. Okay, yeah. That is not the button.
This down.
Excuse me, boss? Memorist? Oh. A memorist just decided to wander into my base.
Nice. Did you call him boss? He probably likes it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my ability to kill it is not high.
Yeah.
It's still way higher level. That's the biggest problem. Oh, I can. Oops.
I'm gonna try and go up top.
Oi, it's mine.
Purple's making fun of me. He's walking super slow because I'm walking super slow. Rude.
That bastard.
He's being so rude. Oh, now you walk up the stairs all super fast. I didn't see that shit.
I love you.
Love you too. Hello. Yes, I will take a look. Oh, Clovey. No, I'm gonna say I have one of those. No thanks. Goodbye. Let's see. We have that. Now we want.
Ooh. Least contact port before. Definitely want to gonna want to breed that with
Lavender.
with the swimmer of some kind.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Passive skill is Ace Swimmer. 40% increased movement speed in
Oh,
water.
I see, I see.
I'd love to get that on Swim and Pal. Oh, did you used to always be able to put a flambell in the ranch?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna. I know that flame organs become a problem, so once I can, I'm gonna put Flambell into ranch my next level up. Two months of nails. Telepathic Elixir.
A telepathic ichthyer.
Yeah, it's on top of my storage. Whack in the freeze.
Ah,
That I
yes, I
know
see,
any
I
of it.
see.
Uh,
What are you doing?
whoops. It's the first time I've flown in this game.
At all? A period?
Yep.
Nice. Are you flying the feed run thingy?
Yes.
Nice.
I finally got a saddle built. Is there a way to like increase the Pel's stamina or something?
No. I mean, you can breed it and you can get stamina boosts from that.
Okay, so it's just breeding stuff. Oh my. Sorry, Chillet. I was meaning to capture you. Um. Yeah, that didn't go to plan.
I got like a suck down. I'm like, yay.
God damn it. Oh, I caught a dead exit. Oh, player stamina consumption -5%. Okay, that's interesting stat.
Nose itchy.
18 not Ninos. Okay. It is still easy to see at a distance the Lithmark effigies.
Okay.
I can see one all the way. Wow, it's actually even easier because the render distance now.
Yeah, I lowered my render distance, but
I'm in the mining node just above the Chillet fight,
oh.
and I can see the glow of the Lithmark effigy from the giant tower at the spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see the glow of it from here.
Can you see my base?
Yeah, maybe if we got high enough to see over the hills.
No, my new base.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
High enough to see past the hills, maybe. Just trying to get metal now. Get metal tools and stuff. Do you want me to make you metal tools?
I have metal tools.
Oh, you already got metal tools? Nice. Dang, I'm
I did those
behind.
right before we went into the boss battle.
Oh, cool.
I was getting tired of having them breaking all of them. Sure.
Ooh, the Mammorus is a fucking amazing miner.
Mhm.
Once you get the saddle for it.
Nice.
I'm still a bit off the saddle. It's like 500% increase while mounted.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Does it mine metal?
yeah.
That's awesome. I still need to get a metal miner.
And while mounted, it's a 220% increase for login as well. But the big one's on the mining. Oh. I love this game.
Me too.
Okay, so if I set this to all but like one. Put my hyperspheres away, I don't want to accidentally throw them.
Fancy.
Oh. Oh my god.
What?
Uh, I just got a rainbow passive on a Nox.
On an ox?
On a Nox.
Oh, that's amazing. What's the passive?
King of Waves? I don't think it's useful for the
It's
Nox.
definitely not useful for the Nox. Increased swim speed, I think.
Yeah, that would be awesome to breed off of it.
Mhm.
Apparently, I had a visitor in the base that just left. Rip. Let me see. Yeah, King of Waves is the I think that's a rainbow passive.
Yeah.
Like the lucky?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's got some nasty negatives though, so um it's a sickly slacker, but it is seeded.
Oh gosh.
So it's got some negative work speed and a positive work speed.
Just kind of cancels out.
Yeah, well not quite, but the negative's a bit more. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Make an uncommon metal pickaxe? Oh. Do I have a blueprint for that? Do you have to have a blueprint to make a better grade?
Yes.
Oh, that's a stone pickaxe. Okay, never mind. Okay, I really like the work speed increase. I was definitely sleeping on that before.
Mm-hmm.
I want... This can be... Is there a way you can just like destroy an item? Is there a way to destroy an item?
Yeah, in your inventory. There's drop and destroy. Or discard.
There it is. Discard. Okay. I was looking in the wrong spot. Okay, so I've got a metal pickaxe now. That's gonna be nice. Oops. Okay, this is so much better for mining. It's a massive upgrade. I think last time I played, like, we got up to metal.
Mm-hmm. Probably.
And that was about when we ended.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got hyperfixated on Minecraft, I think it was.
Yeah, probably. I think that we were in the middle of our hyperfixation for Minecraft whenever we started, so. Oh my god,
Yeah.
they're so dumb.
You knew. She called me dumb.
No, I called the fucking boar and deer dumb because they're not focusing on their work sites. Bless you.
Thank you.
Stop breaking shit.
Never. I want to break free. Whee. We have so many like base options that we could literally have a complete storage base.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't do that, but
No, it would not be good. But it's an option. Mm.
which base? This one?
That's probably why I didn't see the visitor. It was at one of the 3 bases.
Oh, the visitor's here. He's a negotiator. Oh shit. See what this negotiator does. This place is just hours away from being hit by some real nasty types, but if you pay up, I could sort it out for you. Fair deal, cheaper than bloodshed. Only 1,000 gold coins. Yes. Okay. I think the raid's over. I can pay to not have a raid.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, you can, yeah. Actually, slow. That's not. It's definitely overkill. I built this. Still need more. Now, I've literally got my Pangolin that's got insomnia working only on the cooler.
I love that. See, that's perfect.
Doesn't really need to do anything else. Oh, I can get fiber by gonna get a good amount of fiber by
Is everybody fighting for some reason? Apparently, some dire wolves at the base. A Rushor at the base. No, that's my Rushor. What the fuck's fighting? Something came to attack.
It was me, Dio.
No. Deer.
Oh.
Like, possibly some of my pals got knocked out. Who got knocked out? Oh, nobody. Looks like we did good.
Oh my god, damn. Okay.
Yeah, they fucked up those guys. Good thing I had some pals at the base.
Do they completely like destroy the base if they kill all the pals? Or if there aren't any
Base level
pals?
9? What's that mean?
I just upgraded my base level.
Oh, okay. So that does it for all of us, I guess.
Maybe?
Well, it just said base level 9 on mine.
It could be indicating for this specific base, or it could
What
be
does it
like,
say now? It says build cooking pot, wheat plantation, mill.
okay, yeah, it is attached to
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because we're in the same guild.
Yeah. I was wondering if it was base specific or but it's not.
Mm-mm.
I want the flambeau, and I specifically want the flambeau to either help carry stuff or be in the farm, in the ranch. Reduce flame organs. I know. If there's anything I know. Oh, I've got a traveler. Hello, visitor, Pal Recruiter.
I get a B.
Oh. I mean, sure. No. Is there any negative to buying pals?
No.
Socrates.
Why is my boar so confused? Bruh, are you good? I was like, I'm taking a break. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, my bad.
So XP, so catching pals and exploration seem to be the best.
Mm-hmm.
Well, seem to be like the only ways to level up, really.
They're also the best ways to level up.
Oh wow, I'm just going through these spheres so fucking quickly. Jeez. Um. Oh yes, I need to build another pal bed for the new pal. I do like the day-night cycle.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we haven't changed it at all, so.
Oh, is this default?
Yeah, we talked
Oh,
about
cool.
it.
I didn't know if you went ahead and changed it or not.
You said, no, I like the day-night cycle. I was like, okay, I won't change it then.
I don't think it was like I like it. It was more just like I'm happy. I'm happy if you do or don't change it. It seems balanced.
There is balance.
Oh, Pal Expedition Station. Yes. That's a ways away though before I can actually even build it. Oh, okay.
Resource.
Let me make the feed bags. Ooh. What's the best way to get leather? Is there like something you can put in the farm that gives you leather? Probably not.
I don't think so. But to
Sure,
be fair, I mean,
things.
maybe. Unless if it's changed. Where did I get that?
I will remember you. Wooden boards. Oh, I need how do you make wooden boards? I need ancient technology. Research. I will go and fight the Pen King. I'm gonna go do a boss fight. The level 15 Pen King.
I'll join you.
Oh, nice.
What did I just do?
Yeah. Yep.
Be over there in a second.
Oh, nice. The base you have built up is right next to the next quest thingy.
Yeah.
Have you done that quest?
No.
Okay.
It's cool. Fuck shit up.
I have to be careful because this friend might kill it very quickly.
I have zero desire to catch this thing right now. Although, to be fair, it is a level 2, it's a level 2 miner.
Oh, okay.
Kind of want it now.
You don't want it?
No,
You...
I said I kind of want it now, but it's fine.
I don't care about the little pangolets.
We can't neither do I. The fuck,
Oh.
bruh? Where'd the big one go? Oh, there it is. I'm hiding behind your fucking mammoth. Why am I frozen?
Little pangolets. Okay, I'm gonna put my mammoth away because it'll probably kill it from this health.
Put mine away so you can get it.
Okay, it's just a big guy. I think they reduced the distance that the daydream attacks from.
Mine's not even attacking right now. Are you gonna catch him or not?
No, you can catch him. I've got a miner that can do metal. My Mamarist can do
Hold on.
is good metal.
He's down to 1, so we can't fucking do anything.
Nice.
Yay!
Oh,
He's an
that was good
artisan.
XP.
I can't tell. Artisan and shabby. So I can't sell stuff with him in my pockets, but that's fine. Mm.
That was good XP we got from that. Just gonna keep leveling up work speed for now. Oh, thanks
Did
for
you get
helping.
credit for that?
Yeah, I got the first kill. I got the bounty.
Nice,
Got
nice.
the token thing.
Good. That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay.
And it will respawn in an hour.
I can't finish building my base until I get the breeding thing, and I can't do the breeding thing until do the PAL thing, so.
We could start working on getting to that one next.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I say a minute, like.
Level 20 fight thing, so. Let me. Why did I want to do that? Oh, to level up so I could get the wooden planks. That's literally all I wanted was wooden planks. Well, a wooden board. So far, are there any changes you don't like? Because I like every single change.
Oh no, I'm glad. I'm fine with it.
Everything they've done has made this game just.
I do feel like building's a little less intuitive, but.
True, yeah. I didn't handle building much, so that I would notice that less.
Hey, I need to use your thingy
And
to get to my base.
that's fine. I should probably teleport up to that base at some point. When we want to work on the quest thing. Okay. Metal pickaxe.
Why does it do that?
Palladium. Leather and fiber.
Now I can build. Why are you wet?
I think some questions are better just to not ask.
My daydream. My daydream was randomly wet.
I don't even know if those give leather. leather.
That's probably good enough to
Wait, why is that not?
buy some wheat seeds. Assuming that they're selling wheat seeds, I don't know. What is it?
Hmm?
What is it?
Oh, because the clovey is sort of flying, I can't hit it with the flame arrow from my Elfidron.
Oh,
Because for some reason that targets the ground below it, like its feet, but its feet is off the ground.
oh, I see.
I'll give me some leather.
Disabling that preview. I don't know why I had that up. Just like making things harder on myself, I guess.
Ferocious blood of the dragon. Okay, that's nice. Head 51%. Nice. I heard Mom say shit.
Oh no, she said a bad word.
I hope you didn't hurt us. What are you? I know you. I don't think you're new, but a swee.
Sweet.
Yeah, I got a swee.
Harry boy.
Hmm?
Fuzzy boy.
Maybe. I don't know what you're saying.
It should just be a ball of fuzz, yeah?
Yeah, it's a full of fuzz with ears.
So I said fuzzy boy.
Fuzzy boy. Yeah.
Harry boy.
Oh, you got rid of your base down here. Nice. That's why that camp respawned.
Just realized I haven't even looked at my R socks to see if it's any good.
I believe. Oh, missed it. Stop fending off my ball.
Damn it.
Quick.
There we go.
Horns, meat, berries. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, these fox parks.
Got you. And
Oh,
watering suitability. Other base pals by one. Put you in there.
monk.
Oh, but you're pretty good. And transporting? Damn.
Oh, well, popped it. Burly body, nice. Oh yeah, there's
Increases
tree
water
over here.
stability.
This skill tree. Still here, nice. Whoops.
Put you away and put you out there. Okay.
Don't know why I can't in.
On increasing stuff later.
Huge verdant egg. Okay.
Fort work suitability level 4. Planting? Yeah, no. Damn, I really need to get a grass type. Oh, lordy.
I could just run into them, that's right, because it's so big. Or daydream. Daydream.
What was Daydream doing?
Hmm?
What was Daydream doing?
Oh, I was bullying the daydream. I kept running into it to knock it over.
Oh.
Because any of my attacks do too much damage.
Oh. No. Okay, go sleep. I sleeping.
Give me a second. I think it'll be fast. God.
That.
My keyboard does that. The only problem is when yours unplugs itself, it completely changes your audio output, right?
No. I mean, it might for Spotify. Let's find out. Or Discord. Let's find out. Say words.
Words? I'm saying words.
Yeah, no, it's
Hello,
fine.
words.
It's fine. Are you going to sleep or no?
I'm trying to make my way back to a fast travel point because I wasn't at my base. But then I got distracted with a daydream. Okay, that's cool. Okay, going back to base now, and who do I want? Oh, the Pangullet. Having a nap next to the Pangullet.
There you go.
I'm a monster. No, 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 no. I've got a legendary huge verdant egg. That if it's a Mamorest, I will let you have it.
I need wooden board. How do I make a wooden board again?
There's a engram for it.
Okay.
It is level 15. And then I think you just make it at the workbench after that.
I have it unlocked already. I just guess I didn't have the workbench.
Workbench?
I don't know. I'm building the workbench now. I had to build. I had unbuilt. I had unbuilt. That's what I said. Broke down all my shit. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll take wood, fiber, and a single nail. have no idea if it makes one
I
or
need.
multiple.
I was trying to build. Oh, campfire. Or cooking pot. 5, I need 5, so.
Yeah, it's an individual.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I want to know what I needed those nails for, because clearly I had them for something.
I also did. I also wanted a cooking pot, so food cooking pot. Nice. I can just get rid of the fire now, can't I? So cooking pot does everything the fire does.
Yeah. I use the fire sometimes for my eggs, but I don't have that yet. I have a hatchery.
Oh yeah, if you need egg with warmth. Like recipe. Ooh. Make some better recipes from this.
Ew, I can hatch eggs now. I know I have 1 egg. I'm gonna hatch that 1 egg as soon as I find where I put it. I think it was a fire egg. It's probably just a small, normal fire egg.
Oh yeah? Nice.
Yeah, it was a normal fucking fire egg. What is this?
Nightmare ball. Lightning streak. Daedrin, do you have nightmare ball?
1 minute. Yeah, alright. Ingots. Production. I don't know what the fuck oh, I had him. Oh, it was for the medicine workbench. I see.
Marinated mushrooms. Okay. That's gonna be a good food.
There we go.
I need to get a mushroom plot up. Wheat. Tomato. Do I not have mushroom plantations?
As built up as I can be right now, I guess. Well, no, I need more ingots. In fact, I am going to put away the deer and take the Tharsox, the pangolin, Penking, with me over to here.
Oh, I didn't realize that was an advancement to build the wheat plantation. I was just building it anyway because I wanted it.
Yeah, you need it for cake.
Yeah. Which then we need to. Ah, that's the other thing I wanted. Wooden boards for is the mill.
Oh my god. I'm slow.
Yeah.
Okay. I have plenty of metal. This Pink King's looking at me.
It's a great gift.
He's looking at me funny. Sorry, she's looking at me funny. She's very handsome. He's coming out. Come on, hamster. No. Let's go. Go, gadget. Fire monkey.
Well, I want. We can upgrade our base level now as well.
That's cool. I will be at my base in like 3 seconds.
Perfect. Makeshift hand.
I can't upgrade the base. You can, probably, because I don't have a bill. There you go. The next level will be able to have 4 bases.
Nice. Bench, ingots, wooden boards.
No!
What did I want? What else do I sort of want someone to transport stuff.
I'm getting leather for free.
Oh, how?
Direwolves keep attacking my base.
Oh, that's a good way to get level. Do I have a good transport? I don't think I have a good transport. Oh, actually, I do. Beast Punk. Good transporter. Beast Punk, you are literally
Let's see
just
what kind of...
going.
I got another fire monkey. Yay, he's a coward. A coward of a fire monkey.
Wait, was that transport or was that handiwork? That was handiwork. Oh my god. I mean, handiwork 2 is still good. I don't have any good transport pals. Wow.
I don't have any good transport pals. No, that's not what I said. Not really. Land ball seems to be this one, which is still just level 1. Oh my god. Oh my god,
Oh,
they're so
Clovey.
cute. The twins both hold things. That is adorable.
That is cute.
Where's that been going?
Oh, this in my base.
What the fuck is that? Oh, they
Nice.
returned. They came back. Guys.
Oh, I leveled up from something being built.
Was something built?
I don't know what leveled me up, but
Oh, that's my...
be the wooden boards being built.
Maybe.
Yeah, they give a bit. Is there anything over here to build? No. No. Let me.
Why did I come here? What was I trying to make? Oh my god, the cooking pot, right.
Oh, I need 5 more leather.
I have cooking pot now.
Nice. Nice. Cooking pot. Oh, it's too big.
Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Good is this art socks? Just noble. Nothing wrong with them.
Bless you.
Thanks. Can I make... Ew, I can make the cooler box now.
Messenger of love.
Yeah. Talk to them.
Mm-hmm. Hang on. Which one do you want? Handover. Old bow schematic. It's green. Uncommon level. Nice. What else did they give me? Some money and some training manuals. Is that another messenger of love right around the corner from that one? Yep, it is, and they get attacked by a rush ball. Well, that was... Can I wave at you again? Nope. Guess that's not a wandering messenger of love. That's just a tutorial messenger of love.
Or...
Nice. What all the rush
A
balls
lot
we
of the stuff is going to
need.
wind up going upstairs, but since I don't have it upstairs right now...
That works out.
I had to put the
What is all this
breeding thing
for?
down there. Click on Zoe. Okay, your next objective is to free Palworld. Okay, I'm going to go to this marker. Do you want to come with me?
Are you going to the market now?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my way.
I don't
Just
know what's over there, but... I like this little setup with the beds inside here. There's plenty of room over there. But the breeding thing's gonna go over there. For anybody who's watching, it's just Tristan. It's just you, babe.
Just me?
Yeah, it's just you watching. But because you're watching on mine and it's shared viewers, it's like we have 2 viewers. You're 2 people.
Oh my god.
Hi, babe. Come along.
Hey, honey.
You like my base so far?
Oh, give me a second. I'm slowed into a new area, and everything around me is rendering it.
I see.
I like the dead Daya howl right there.
Yep. Yep. There's also two by the farm over here.
Oh, nice. Ew.
Not my fault. I didn't do it.
Quest is this way.
Where are you at?
Southwest. Oh, hey y'all.
Hey. Okay. Let's go. I don't really know what's over here, so guess we'll find out together.
Bamboo area over here. We might find a panda of some kind.
No,
No.
this isn't the area for the.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a
fuck that
giant
shit.
Heartblossom.
Let's kill him.
Do you want to catch the boss one?
No, I hate them.
So we just murder. I'm fine with that. There's someone got. Oh, I'm almost dead. I got a little too close. I forgot I'm so squishy. I haven't built it, upgraded anything yet.
Okay. I leveled up.
Yippee!
Okay, let's go. Oh my god, my poor puppy. Oh, down here. Okay. Interesting.
Oh, this is a cute little town.
I forgot that they did say they added a little settlement in the bamboo thicket.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a law thingy.
A what?
Some a law page thing. Crude handwriting. A letter penned in crude handwriting.
I take it, your traveler. I'm just a run-of-the-mill physician. I treat injured folks here, humans and pals alike. So do you happen to be much of a fighter? If so, there's a favor I'd like to ask. Free pal alliance. Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Inspect where the injured. Oh, it's south.
It would make
Okay.
sense for there to be panda here.
It would make sense. Maybe the new panda's somewhere in here.
Yeah, maybe.
I am gonna go pee.
Go pee.
And I swear I hear something sparkling.
I feel like that was just the wind, but I might be losing my mind. Oh, wait. Can I fly a gale claw? feel like you should be able to fly, yeah? But like when? When would you be able to fly a Gale Claw? Where's a Gale Claw saddle? To be fair, maybe you can't fly it. I don't know. Maybe it's just really good at transporting. I don't fucking know. Huh. I have no idea. We'll find out. I mean, I say as if. Oh, there's a thing over this way. That's the one by the Quivern boss. That thing smells fucking delicious. Trying to get up there so I can get that fast travel point. Sure would make my life a lot easier. I gotta head back. What's going on? Sorry, babe.
Said dinner should be about 20.
Okay.
From outer space.
Oh my god, if you're struggling with your tasks, take a fucking break, bruh.
Huh?
It says Earth Eater seems to be struggling with his tasks. And if you're struggling with your tasks, take a break. You're not forced to fucking work constantly, Jesus. Change it to relax, Christ.
Did you go down to the next part of the quest?
No, I went up to go get the fast travel point nearby. But I also wanted to come check out this because I caught a Gale Claw. But then I realized I don't know what level you unlock the saddle at.
Oh, okay.
And while in party, modifies the performance of the equipped glider. Enables high-speed gliding and live shooting with the right hand. Oh, it's a glider.
Okay.
Finally catch a bird and I can't even fly it. Damn. That's stupid. I want to see if it's any good. Ooh, it is fast. I mean, I don't see in what situation I'll be like, oh my god, I really need to shoot from the sky. I can't even shoot because I have a fucking bow. Stupid. I need two hands for that. Oh my lord. I have to pee. I'll be back.
Go, my love, go!
I know.
That was a bit of a challenge to get to that fast travel point. Soul thingy over here. this boss is gonna be. Blaze Howl, okay, that's a cool sounding critter.
Very sweet.
It is a very squeaky door. I think we need to like readjust.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was mimicking the door.
Oh, okay. I thought you were dying, which is what the door sounds like.
Yep, see, I was accurate.
Dead door. Dead door. Dead door.
All right, I'm gonna head towards that next point, even though it's like 500 meters away at this point. What's that?
I went back to my base because I almost died getting that fast travel point. I will be joining you shortly.
I don't know what's being attacked. Is it me?
You can have that.
I can have what?
I just hatched a new pal.
Is it a Quivern?
No.
Is it a Relaxosaurus?
No, it's something that you'll like and you'll enjoy having. A Mamarist
I see.
with heavyweight and philanthropist.
I think your idea of like what I'll enjoy having is very different than mine.
I'm just talking about for like working capabilities. It's a 444. 19.
Yeah, but do you see how
log-
big he is?
He's giant.
It's different than the Wumpo Baton, though. The Wumpo Baton is big and cute and has a flower in its hair.
So you don't want this one?
No.
That's okay.
I will get my own later as far for like catching purposes,
Mm-hmm.
but like not really. I don't really want to use one. I know they're strong, and I know that they're useful. It's just I no.
Too big for you.
It just doesn't. It's not the vibes.
Let me fast travel back over to you.
Nope, they aren't aggressive. They've got question marks in their head. They might be
Excuse
aggressive.
question marks. We am coming over. What are they? Oh,
Loop
cognito.
moons. Loop moons. What are you talking about?
Oh, those cognitos are heading. Oh, this is a syndicate base. Definitely too high of a level for me to
Wee.
want to interact a lot, but they're getting attacked by cognitos.
Oh my god, hold on. They snoring? Sounded like they snored for a minute. I could be losing my mind. It sounded cute.
You do indeed sound cute when you snore, my love.
Not me.
Yes, you.
Oh my goodness. On reaching the area mentioned by the doctor, you find scattered packages and pal sphere shards. You also spot an empty bottle of pal medicine. Seems the victim was attacked here, but their pal received treatment from the Free Pal Alliance. Suspicious. Now we must go all the way back.
No! I need to find you one of these.
The Fedrin thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, same spot you got yours. Obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Um, We just need to get it for you.
I hope they're not trying to attack me.
No, they're going for the Swees currently.
Or Swedes. They did nothing.
If they were to attack you, I would help because the Ephedran is
I
super
don't even
effective.
have a mount I can ride yet. I mean, I got the deer, but
The deer, the dire howls that you don't
I
want.
don't have a dire howl.
Oh, you don't have them because you don't want them.
I don't have them because every single time I've thrown a ball at them, I missed, and then they die.
They really are so weak. Oh, a chest. Is this a locked chest? Oh, it's a mimic.
Oh, now you know what it looks like.
Does it eventually, like, stop?
No.
As soon as it gets aggroed, it just runs forever?
As far as I know, I've never been able to catch them. And by catch them, I mean like I usually, like I spot it because I know what it looks like, and so I just throw a ball at it, and then I see if I can catch it. I don't ever attack it because if I attack it, it runs away. And I'm like, I have no idea where the fuck that shit went.
Yep. I didn't realize it was the mimic until I attacked it.
You know, straight up attack someone for using one. That young girl, I've got another favorite. Ask. I think it pieced this together, but I need to use someone to go and double check for me. There might not even be anything for you to find. But then again, well, she was always an honest kid. Lily. Not Lily.
Is that the... No, it is not the next tower yet. We'll run in a different way that I haven't explored, but you have. Have you got the fast travel point by it? The Cinnamoth Forest?
No. I have the investigator's fork.
Okay.
In my house.
Yeah. I don't have any of the ones around it. Oh, I mean, I've got the investigator's fork as
Yeah,
well.
we can meet over there. I'm just gonna go to my house. That's gonna be the easiest way for me to do it. Otherwise, I'm running the whole way. Fuck me.
I keep pressing E to like get off my mount because I'm used to every other game. Ooh,
You could probably change it.
probably could, but then any any button I've learnt that hold E. I don't know.
Like, well, my house looks ugly because it's not fucking finished. That's why.
Ooh, this is coming together. Is this the one that you made today earlier? Like you plan on making that one? The
Yes. Were you not here earlier?
I wasn't looking at anything.
Wasn't looking.
Literally, I like spawned here and then jumped off and then saw you and then followed you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I did.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yellow. I'll get him out one of these days. A red flyer one of these days. I don't even know where the fuck you got that thing.
I got it near the Chillet.
Yeah, the chillet.
Yeah, you know, like where the mining area is, just to the north, across the no, just across the river from the Chillet. That's where I got it from.
Across the river from the Pangullet.
Oh yeah, between the Tangela and the Chillet. Yeah.
Okay. I think that we're opening the map together because I don't remember going over there. But I could have. I don't know.
I have not explored anywhere that you've been. Like going down here would be the first that my
A lot of metal and coal. It's a good spot. Hold on. Don't mind me. Give me a moment. Just
Ooh, this
gonna,
is a good spot.
just gonna.
Make another base.
Shit, I have nothing. Do you have any wood, palladium, and stone? I feel like this would be a very good spot to just, be able to come to for reasons.
I do not, but I know how to get them.
I'll get some wood. Doesn't need much. That's really enough.
This is coal. Yeah. Nope. Don't want the coal.
Just need a fucking rock.
Nope, I see one up the hill. No, I don't.
Here's one.
What was the chest over here?
Wait.
Got everything you needed?
Yep.
I provided zero help. I've tried running up the hill, and
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, this is a great spot for a base.
Nice little mining location.
Mm-hmm. Just literally could have the Mammarest sit here, mine everything.
The Memorist?
Yeah, it'll mine.
Oh, okay. We can do that if you want to. I can't make a chest. Fuck, let me go get some more wood.
Let me. I'll put in the I'll put in this the other Mammarest I hatched.
Okay.
Get in the bay. It'll do some mining and then something to gather
Yeah,
over here.
I'm trying to see if I can find a transporter. It's probably gonna be a goddamn land ball.
I-
I don't have nothing.
One of these daydreams I got. Good. Do I have any other insomnia? No. Yeah, I don't have any other good or any level 2 transporters. I mean, I guess I could just.
Some more wood. Shit. Now my inventory's filled with coal.
Let me sure this Lambo can work as a transporter.
I can just put a land ball here. It's fine. Oh, you did.
Yeah. And we just need to, give him food every so often.
My house really quick. I'm gonna get some food.
So gave it put a 10 gullet here, so there's 2 of them transporting.
Yeah.
It looks like that's keeping up with.
Well, build another bed then, babe.
Will do.
Good.
This was a great find.
Right? Just haven't noticed the metal, and I'm like, damn.
So much metal, so much coal. Coal is going to be very useful later.
Coal and metal together make refined ingots, which we're gonna need once we get the upgraded furnace, which I think is next level. No, no, no. What am I talking about? Is it? No, no, no. So it's a level 34. What am I talking about?
A little bit of ways away.
That's okay. We'll have a nice stock.
We're going to have a really nice stock, honestly.
It's gonna cost us some berries. Try and catch one of these fuckers, but I'm afraid if I try to, then, because that's going to be a really good transport. Can you look?
The hanger?
Yeah, those are going to be really good transporters. But I don't want it. I don't want one. Look, I just need to go. I'm not trying to get in a fight or anything right now. Because I don't know what we're doing next. And I need better pals. I need to slow my ass down. That's what I need to do.
You went to a good area, but because it's a good area, the pals are all really high level compared to you.
Yeah. I need to get some more fighty pals. I need to get a Relaxosaurus and breeding.
It's over here.
Well, if I can get a flyer like you have, because that's level 30, ain't it?
Which one?
Your flyer that you're on right now.
Yeah, it's level
I mean, it's your level because it's level synced, but
yeah, it came at level 26, and I think it's still level 26. Yeah. Where is?
did we miss it?
Oh no, it's down.
Oh, okay.
Even though it's saying it's up. Yeah, it's down.
Okay, hold on. I'm going.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, over here by the water.
Wait for me.
I'm gonna wait. Oh,
Where are you? Oh,
I'm at the entrance.
okay, go. Remember, I'm doing everything on foot, okay? Oh, I see. Ah, the water. It is cold.
No, I'm so wait.
Consider this my farewell. All I ever wanted was for the pals I loved to live out their days in peace and happiness, surrounded by pristine nature. If we all came together as friends and neighbors, what could be better than that? It truly was that simple in the beginning. So I founded the Free Pal Alliance and devoted myself into enlightening others. Though I was mocked for it, I'm convinced that I would eventually get through to the skeptics. The first time I ever took a human life was the day I met Lylene. When I saw those Rain Syndicate goons about to harm that noble queen, my body moved before I knew it myself. I did not regret what I did, only I was exhausted. No matter how much I tried to win people over with my words, none of them wanted to change. But even then, I had no intention of abandoning my beliefs, at least not until today. I learned that one of our officers had been taking pals from under our protection and selling them to travelers and merchants in nearby settlements. She'd been with us since the group's founding. She unmistakably shared our love for the pals, but money had been tight since her divorce. I'm sorry. That's all it was.
She got divorced.
Sounds so
She loves.
such modern issues. I was in despair and so frustrated. I wanted a reason to finally let it all go. So I pressed her for more answers. Ultimately, she told me, I love pals, but in the end, they're just pals. Well, evil can be fought against, deliberate crimes can be admonished. What can we do about those who take it for granted that pals exist to be exploited? This is the moment of truth for me. Would I continue to walk the high road or abandon my morality? The world is too corrupt, so the only answer is to cleanse it of the corruption. I have no other options but to let my rage take over. Ah, terrifying.
Oh, and now I go back
God
again.
damn it!
Is there a fast travel? There's a fast travel point across the river, but you might have to climb up the cliff. Let's see.
Oh, it's that one. I did have to climb up a cliff for it.
Yeah, that's that cliff. Can you hop on my mount if I'm on it too?
No.
No, I can't just pick you up in its mouth.
Wish.
Well,
I suppose I could take that path.
I'll go together with you.
Thanks. I feel like it's probably shorter just to walk back, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. Basically back to the base where we're at.
Yeah, that's not too far away. Where are we at? Yeah, that's not too bad.
Oh, actually, no, it says there's one this way to the south. Another fast travel point. I can see it on the compass.
Okay.
Oh,
What?
hopefully it's not that one at the top of the cliff.
It is.
It is that one?
Yeah, it's gonna be that one.
Yucky.
Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
never mind. We'll get these ones once you have a flyer.
Yeah, look, I'm a pleb right now.
It's okay. I suppose because we're in the same guild now, we can literally just use the base to trade pals, like put them in the mining base.
Oh, maybe. I don't know how that works really. I'll check. I don't know if I can pull your pals out.
Probably.
We'll find out. Or if I go to pull it out, it just sends it back to you. Something of science.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that works. Oh, this chest is back. I think this chest just keeps respawning over time. Wait, no. I need a silver key to unlock.
Oh yeah.
That's what it was.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you put your birdie thing in there?
One.
Yeah.
You want to get it discovered, so I'll tell you where.
No, not so it'll tell me where. I want to be able to tell me the I want to unlock the saddle.
Oh, okay.
What
Yeah, the
what level's the saddle on?
the saddle's 20, I believe.
I think it's because I didn't capture it.
It is the
Yeah, I didn't capture it, so
Okay, yeah. After the Free Plow Alliance flag set. First question mark.
okay, so all right, so 2 days.
Yeah. I might fly around the area where I caught this one and see if I can find another one.
See if that Gale thingy is at least a good transporter. No. It's good. It sucks.
Oh, the thing you were like, oh, we should catch this as a transporter.
No.
No, different one.
No, the Gale Claw I caught when you went to the bathroom.
Oh, the Gale Claw, yeah. No, this is just not good.
No.
I think they're a level 2 logger.
No. To Gatherer.
Oh, Gatherer, okay. Meh. What is this? Oh, that's the fire thingy.
What fire thing?
I was wondering what this right here, the brazier.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah. Looks like a brazier.
I saw that where you can like research it in the thing, but I was wondering what it looked like when it was lit. It's
To
fully
talk to
lit.
that strange person. And by strange person, I mean stranger, not strange person.
Oh,
So that's it. Her sorrow was so much so that she's given up on humankind. Lily Everhearts, I found her the Free Pal Alliance. I saw a lot more of her when she was little. She'd come rushing over to get patched up when she got knocked around and playing with the local kids and pals. Once she started running the Alliance, she didn't have much time to spare for me, but she'd still pop in for an odd visit. She was a good kid. Eventually, though, she stopped coming by at all. That didn't bother me so much, but looking back, that's about the same time the Alliance started acting strangely. Can't believe I had no idea what was happening. Yeah, I don't suppose you'd be up for one last favor. You gotta help her. You've gotta kick her ass. That's not to change her mind or anything. I'm not trying to say that nothing good comes from revenge, or or that not all folks are like that. I'm just a doctor trying to keep up with what turned into a pretty serious workload. So if you can help her again, I'd appreciate it. Is it food time?
Dinner's
Yay!
ready! Okay, cool, yep. Now we have the quest to go to the Free Power Alliance Tower.
Fantasmic.
Cool. I feel like this is a pretty safe place. It's in a town.
It's in a town?
I mean, not a full town, but like...
Oh. Oh, it's over there. Hey, that's near where you get the bird.
Yeah. Do you have any of those fast travel points?
Nope.
Okay, so...
You go over there. Bring me food. We're gonna eat here or we're gonna eat downstairs. I don't know what we're doing.
do you want me to bring the food up, or do we want to... Oh, that's what the... Okay, it's the fish in this town making the sparkly sound like they're lucky creatures.
Because they're technically lucky fish.
Oh, cool. So you want me to bring the food up, or do we want to go down and eat?
Let's just go down and eat. That's fine.
Okay.
Because I can do the be right back. And literally, it's just you watching me, so...
Yeah, I'll put mine on to be right back as well.
Gonna head over to the base.
If anyone's there watching and just chilling, we will be right back after dinner. It shouldn't be long.
We eat pretty quick. I think the longest part is talking. We get caught up in conversation sometimes. But we're not gonna talk that much today.
Old.
Fuck.
Having dinner.
That was dumb.
Old.
Now we have to get a fucking flyer. Gonna change the fucking game. I am gonna have to walk all the way over there though, so I'm just gonna...
It's fine. It's not too hard to get up to from like across the cliff.
I'm just gonna stand over here. Because
For the penguin.
I wanna stand over here so that I don't have to... Let me see. So I can put it on the be right back screen. No, I'm not starting soon.